Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night. I hope you all are well. Last Dance RW. Good to see you guys. Who else do we have here? Just Stevo. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Right on. There's the three of us, four of us, including me. Hope everyone had a nice week. Yeah, good stuff. Good, interesting meeting there between Trump and Putin. I definitely want to discuss that tonight, or I don't know what there is really to discuss. It was somewhat lackluster, but still interesting. Sound okay, guys? Yes, it's cool. Thank you. Right on. Do a little talking about the National Guard in Washington, D.C. What else? Various other things, whatever pops into our head. You know, we go and we just go, right? So hopefully the fans aren't going to be an issue tonight. I have a little bit of extra going here. Cool it down in here. Well, let's get this thing fired up. You fellas ready? All right. Start with Last Dance, as is traditional. How are you, man?
All right. Happy Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, very nice one here. Probably about 80 degrees today. Beautiful day. Gorgeous. Yours probably a few degrees warmer, I would think.
Yeah, it was a nice day. It was, below 80 until about noon, and then it got a little bit above. But
Yeah.
man, I'll take that in August.
Hell yeah, for sure. Um, and you're pretty familiar with Washington, D.C., I would think, right? It's
Yeah, I don't
um,
I don't spend any time there, but I used to spend more time there many
right.
years ago.
So as of late, you don't really go there anymore, unless maybe rarely.
Yeah, quite rarely.
Okay. Are you familiar with the crime, the safe aspect of the city?
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with crime in DC. Um, I, I, if you ask me, I doubt this particular deployment is necessary. Crime is still rare, even if it's too common. You know what I mean by that?
Sure. Yeah.
So, you know, I think it was somehow, I think it's thus the assault. The guy named Big Balls from
Yes.
Doge. Well,
Yeah.
he got assaulted. Uh, I understand, according to him, he was trying to defend somebody being carjacked or being assaulted, and then he got beat up. I'm beginning to think that might have been a excuse for Trump to act tough in D.C.
Yeah. I mean, in Boston, there's an area they call it Mass and Cass. It's Mass Ave and Milnina Cass, where all the junkies and, you know, drug dealers and prostitutes hang out, and it's a pathetic scene. I know Philly has a big area like that. People slumped over, people in wheelchairs booting up and near schools,
Yeah,
mainlining all kinds of drugs, smoking drugs. I wouldn't say it's necessarily an area of heavy violent crime, although violent crime certainly takes place there. It's just like an area of lawlessness. And coincidentally, there happens to be what we call a brownstone, which is like a very expensive sort of a townhouse style brick apartments that are side by side lining some of the streets down there on Mass Ave and whatnot.
mm-hmm.
So you have this juxtaposition of these extremely wealthy people looking down on these, dregs of society. And the city of Boston, I think the quote was, an area where they promote inclusion, meaning that these people who are drug addicts and homeless, or what they call unhoused now, I guess is the right word.
No,
Um,
I'm not calling him unhoused.
yeah, are just allowed to break the law essentially without consequences. Every once in a while, a crew of cops will go through and arrest some people, but what the hell does that do, you know? So what I'm wondering is, like, if the city won't do anything about this, then who would? In the National Guard, certainly, I don't want our soldiers in there mopping up these pieces of shit that are, dangling around on the sidewalk. And,
Yeah, but
we've heard of the stories of San Francisco, where there's like feces everywhere. I mean,
right.
you know,
Seattle, in
yeah.
Canada, Vancouver.
What is the answer to clean this shit up?
I don't know. I think that part of the answer is to institutionalize the mentally ill. That would account for some of the homeless population, a significant percentage. But I think the experiment with deinstitutionalization that started in the late '60s and early '70s has kind of run its course. I'm not saying that we need to go back to the way things were in 1960, but maybe we, adjust a little bit from what we've learned. And people that cannot take care of themselves unless they take their medication, and people who will not take their medication, those people may need to be, for their own good, and ours, I'll admit, but for their own good too, they may need to be institutionalized.
It'd be interesting to be able to break down the numbers and see which are homeless because of cost of living, which are homeless because of drug abuse, which are homeless because of choice, which are homeless because of mental, issues that you're talking about.
I'd say cost of living and choice are very few.
Yeah, it's all druggies, bro.
Yeah, so even if you were homeless because of cost of living, if you're not a druggie or you're not a mentally ill person, you'll find a friend, you'll find a family member. Very few of those, even who are struggling economically, are actually homeless. There are some.
The programs the programs that they're talking about offering these people, the people that are down and out because of cost of living, easily solved through that program, I would think. The ones that don't want to be a part of these programs and don't want to go into shelters, because there is a certain demographic of them, you have the only solution for that is literally incarceration.
Right. I mean, it's an incredibly complex situation with no simple answer. The rents are so fucking high. The mortgages, the average price of a home in Boston is now over $1 million. Like, what do you do? What do you do with them? With all these people?
We could do work exchange, immigrants for homeless people. Whatever nations they're coming in from, we'll just trade one for one.
That's not a bad idea.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Is it clear?
It's a little broken up.
But it's workable. It's a little choppy, but
sounds
sorry
good.
about that. My mic is breaking down. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Good evening.
We're just glad you're allowed to talk on the internet without getting arrested, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta be careful. That's unbelievable.
So just to ask a quick question, are you opposed or okay with the optics of the National Guard dealing with crime in DC, or as well as a taking over federally of the police force?
Are you asking
anyone?
I don't have. I'm suspicious of it. I would, in general, not support such a thing. I admit that I don't have recent knowledge of the situation in DC, so I can't say for sure it's not necessary, but I'm definitely suspicious of it. And I don't like the idea of the federal government, being the mayor of a city, even if DC is special and it is unique in that regard, but still don't like it. I don't care if they're badly managed, badly governed, badly represented. That's their business. Nobody has to live in DC. It's pretty expensive. People can live elsewhere and live better. So I don't want to, Now, the only difference is that most of the federal government is located in D.C. Well, I don't know about most of it, but the central aspects of the federal government is located in D.C. So, maybe that's a hook for Trump to use to call out the National Guard, is he's kind of protecting his own workforce.
That's what gave him the legal grounds, to my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
just going to,
go ahead, Welshman. You haven't spoken much.
sorry, I'm just going through some, trying to get some stats up. USAFacts.org. I'm
Sounds
trying to
legit.
just break it down a little bit. It says compared to the 50 states, the violent crime rate in 2023 in Washington was 2,007% higher, and its rate on property crime was 124% higher. So the crime on the person was much more higher. And they're saying comparing this to the 50 states average it's like it's the fourth most violent city in America.
Yeah, comparing it to a state average is misleading. I would compare it to cities, big cities.
Yeah, similarly sized cities.
Yeah, reasonably similar.
Yeah. But I mean,
50 state average, compared to the 50 state average. Yeah, but you don't forget, it's like London at the end of the day. It's like London's super violent, super fucking mess, right?
Yeah.
It's low trust society community in London is so fucking low, and I'm sure it's the same in Washington.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that.
It's much worse in DC than it is in London.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm literally just making
USA.
London's a fucking shithole, just like Washington is, I'm sure, and it shouldn't be like that.
Right. That's what I'm wondering, if Trump's responding to you don't see the murders, you don't see the carjackings unless you're by chance nearby when one occurs, which is not common. But what you do see is the junkies, the hookers, the fucking wastoids, Is that what he's responding to? Maybe like the more visual aspects of that, which is my point here with Boston. I've seen the videos from Philly. I'm sure Baltimore's got a massive amount of that shit going on. And
I've seen the Philly stuff. It's horrendous. But I put a short in the back chat which actually shows the feds going into DC now. And what's funny is the homeless people living on the streets said they've been very respectful. They haven't touched us or moved us on. And what he filmed was them arresting drug dealers. This YouTuber. No. So the homeless people said that they haven't been bothered, as it turns out, and the only people the feds seem to be bothering were drug dealers, because you can see their drugs in the evidence bags.
What happens to the homeless population when the drugs dry up?
Well, there is that, but I've got to say that the people this guy, it's only a 1 minute thing in the back. I've already put it in the back, Steve.
Yeah, I saw it.
The first couple of seconds is crazy, because there's a woman with a loud inhaler left is screaming, so leave the homeless alone. But then actually, when he interviews the homeless, they're saying, keep her away from us with a loud inhaler. The feds have been fine, and that's what they basically say. I'm not saying that's. I'm just literally, what I just seen now in the last 6 hours.
No matter what their plan to do is, they have to have it enabled and available before they can start corralling them in those directions, right?
Yeah, well, if that's part of to clean up the city, that's not a bad. I still don't think that's a bad thing. And hopefully, if the right resources are put aside, then the continual cycle of homelessness, petty crime, and addiction, that circle that in the UK, I'm sure it's the same in America. They do a couple of months in America, then come out, they stay out for a couple of months, they build up their crimes again, they go back in again, they stay in for a couple of months, and they go back out again, and it's just a cycle of shit. If
Yeah.
there's a way of sort of maybe hopefully saving 10-20% of those people that would be in that cycle, surely that would be better than just doing the cycle again.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's no logical or way to get them out of it. You know, part of the problem is the money. You're going to have to spend money to change something that people are willingly doing, and they're actively seeking out the drugs or the prostitution or whatever. It isn't, and a lot of them are happy to stay that way. You know, they cleared the tent encampments out of this section of Boston, and these dregs are just like, nah, man, I want to stay in my tent. Get the fuck out of here. You know, like,
Yeah.
they're fucking gross, dude. But they want to stay there. You know, it's like,
But sadly, they're institutionalized by the streets, and they've been doing it for so long. Especially in reasonable fair weather, they prefer to stay on the streets 10 months a year. And that's the cycle. We've whatever pond we're from, other side of the pond we're from, you've got to stop. It's the same cycle. That cycle of petty crime, eventually going to prison, and then coming back out in the cycle again. It's huge in the UK.
yeah, it's wild, man.
I mean, they don't give services for people who are sort of, get sentenced to low sentences. They don't really give them the help. They give help to people who have 6-year sentences plus. Well, that's like your murderers and your serious crimes and all that. Well, in reality, the rot that keeps on happening with insurance companies, from burglaries and car thefts and shit like that, that cycle of affecting the community is huge. And it doesn't get tackled. It just gets put a plaster on it, in and out, 6 months, 3 months, cycle again, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, I dealt with a lot of that petty stuff in my job, and the cops are so unconcerned with it because they know that not in a million years are they ever going to get somebody's 4 wheels, rims, and tires back.
Or
Cars on newspapers or cinder blocks in the morning. Somebody came out and stole all their fucking wheels. Cops are like, oh, okay, yeah, all right.
I mean, I'm sure it's the same in America. I mean, you've got the man in the van that gets robbed in the UK continuously. Obviously they got all their drills and everything. So it's not like even it's just their wheels sometimes. It's just their livelihoods. It's all their fucking tools, and it's all gone. The druggie will sell them for no money at all. And like I said, the community harm, for the community as a whole, it would stop a lot of it out, man.
Yeah, it's wild, man, for sure. That leads us to a. Go ahead. You want to continue?
No, you can't, Steve.
Lee bringing up another. So that's like a Trump thing that I do question. This National Guard thing, I really do question its effectiveness, and I don't really understand what the hell he's doing there. If he's just trying to piss people off because he can, maybe that's just it. Well, I can do that in DC. All right, well, let's do it.
If you think about it, though, it's strategic, because if you're going to take over the police force, it's better to get the troops ready for some crazy shit if they're going to fight back from that takeover. So it could just be because he can, but to me, it makes more sense. It's better to have them in place just in case.
Who's fighting who here? Explain a little bit.
Civil unrest, if the federal government comes over and takes over the city, anyone who's against that in civil unrest would push back or could push back. So for
you're
him
saying
to
this is some kind of a dry run or a preemptive thing?
in my mind, if I were the one doing it, I would have my buildings protected just in case.
Okay, I got you.
So it's complete speculation. It makes more sense logically and strategically than just do it as a show of force.
Yeah, I just don't see it as working for its intended purpose of lowering crime. I think it's kind of a big waste.
Not for the National Guard, no.
No,
Yeah. Can you play that short, Steve?
sure.
Just, I know it's like it's someone's anecdotal experience, but if that happens throughout DC in the next week or two and clean out the real wrong-uns.
Wrong'uns.
Oh yeah.
Oops. How do I do it again? Oh yeah, that thing.
Welcome to the
thing.
party, Topple and Smoke Wife and Tea.
Hey, all right. Okay, I think this is safe. Here we go.
Yeah.
This
Bloody hell.
just came out of absolutely nowhere. She started yelling all sorts of things. She didn't even know what that guy got arrested for. Meanwhile, as we were walking, I'll show you guys right now, we walked past a bunch of homeless people. They weren't arresting just the homeless people. They could have came by and taken the homeless people off like the news has been saying, but no, they arrested the guy that was selling the drugs to the homeless people. Have they came by and tried to take you guys off the streets?
They've been respectful.
They've been respectful.
Yes, they have not been aggressive or anything.
Wow, that's good to hear, because they just took off a drug dealer from the streets.
That's all they want. All they want is the drug dealers off the street and the people who die. That's all they want.
Mhm.
They don't want. They're not trying to fuck with the homeless. They want the drug dealers and the guns off the street.
Yeah.
You can't tell everybody that, but they all they want is the guns and the drugs. They already found that out. They came to jump out the same way. All they want is the guns and the drugs off the street.
So what have the law enforcement said to you guys coming through here? Because that lady just came here, she was yelling all at the police, but meanwhile, we just saw them arrest a drug dealer, and she's yelling at, saying they're taking away the homeless people.
To us. They didn't say anything. They walked by respectfully. They didn't give anybody any issues. I don't have a problem with law enforcement.
And should people be angry that they just took a drug dealer off the street?
No, it shouldn't be. I'm happy that DC is being cleaned up. And I'm not going to blame it on racism or anything.
That's Christy Nome.
Her voice does not match her body at all.
You know, you always have people out here. They
It's
say
a
for call,
holographic
but,
projection.
I mean,
Jesus.
it's almost 11 o'clock at night. It's very peaceful. The police don't have sirens.
Cocaine's
going or
one hell of a
anything else,
drug.
and they were just decently speaking with people. But
All right, we got enough out of that. Yeah, I mean,
Starts nice. It ain't gonna end that way.
yeah.
How so?
Thing is that they don't look like they're addicts for a start. So surely to hopefully, if your intention is to help these people, they would be the first ones helped.
She might be an addict to sandwiches, but yeah, it doesn't appear anything else. Maybe, you know, it's a problem. Sorry, I'm mean.
That's okay. I think it. You say it. It's a good team.
I mean, everyone knows homelessness can be sorted out. Addiction and homeless, they're both actually, put it that way, not sorted out, but it can be greatly resolved, right?
Homelessness is a lot easier than drug addiction.
Okay, I know people are, you know, stuck on the streets and they want to be. There's some people out there, but it could be really well tackled. It was proven that during COVID in the UK and I'm sure in America they supplied hotels for homeless people, and of course Gavin Newscombe, when what I'm gonna pronounce it wrong, Xi Jinping, the China president. Gigi, yeah, I mean, he cleaned the streets up in 2 weeks, and they all came back after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Is that like a pun on Jar Jar Binks almost, or?
Shah Gabor. It's a little bit of everything sprinkled in there.
All right.
But it's, you know, like I said, these things can be greatly tackled, but no one wants to do it anyway.
We'll have
Yeah,
to see. We'll have to see what happens.
I mean, they took a lot of billions of dollars in this state, and they give them what they call the Healy Hotel because it's Governor Healy is the governor, and they've given a lot of hotel rooms to illegal migrants. And then now she put up this big thing. Well, we closed down the Healy Hotel. She didn't say that, but everyone knows they still get housing somewhere. They might not have a high-vis hotel that they took over. And mind you, these hotels don't charge the rate of $110 a night like they would normally. They charge like $200 something a night, and then they were paying
same in the UK. Same in the UK. They double their money.
they were paying $60 something a day for 3 hot meals for the migrants, which just seems outrageously high. I could per person, not I could.
Yeah. And just
$60 is enough for, in my mind, a family to have a day of meals homemade. You're not talking fucking filet mignon, but you could eat well off $60, 3 meals.
Yeah, and just like you said about when they disappear from the hotels, they don't just disappear into the ethers. They've got to go into social housing.
Right.
So when you get the governments in the UK and stuff saying, "Oh, we know we're gonna keep the hotels down," you're gonna move them straight into social housing, which means it's not good for us. How can that be good for the people of the UK? Because it means your nieces and nephews, your relatives, or you are being pushed back because they're not going pushed back because they're coming out. Other, if they had to wait like you wait, that's 5-10 year wait. So that would mean 5-10 years in a hotel. Well,
it's also worth putting into perspective that $60 goes 3 times farther in places like El Salvador. So you're talking $180 for that person a day for meals that they're used to.
Sure. I mean, it's outrageous, man. They put a cap of like $2,450 a month on rent for these people that they're not going to be in a hotel. So like the state will give them up to that much. Great savings there from the hotel, but yeah, you're still giving them almost $2,500 a month just to cover their housing.
Have you heard any of the noise about a plane full of Gazan refugees coming into the United States?
No.
You haven't heard that?
Sure don't. I sure don't want that.
Sadly, that's basically the plan, and the Israelis want that. The Israelis want Gaza to be emptied of Palestinians. That's what the Israelis want.
Well, then,
and they know exactly where those fucking Palestinians are going to end up.
And the funniest thing, there is a Palestinian state. It's Jordan, and Jordan doesn't want any of them. And
funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, right. And then what has there been? Something like 56 million Muslim refugees or Muslim immigrants over the last so many years. Number one, very few have gone to Muslim-ruled countries. And number two, most of the Muslim countries won't take them. Obviously, these people end up going to, the UK.
So why do you think that is, Steve?
I let the answer go unsaid, but I think you can draw your own conclusions from that.
Well, there could be a number of reasons. None of them good for the native people of Europe.
Mm-hmm. Right,
so just quickly in the back chat, it's a Laura Luma source. I don't know her. I know her name. I don't know any of the credibility for her.
No, hello all.
Haley.
I wouldn't believe it.
Basically, she's just saying that she has proof here of Palestinian refugees coming to the United States, coming in from San Fran and Houston, Texas. So, I haven't heard enough noise on it for it to be legit. I just heard it today.
I would be a little skeptical, at least.
Yeah.
Are you talking about?
The
Palestine.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Lee.
Sign Israel thing.
Yeah, he's saying that there's rumors from this Laura Loomer that Palestinian refugees from Gaza are coming here.
Yes, one plane of refugee.
Yeah, we got this.
Lee,
do you know,
Lee,
there's something I think is a bit weird with the media. Well, we all know there's something weird with. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, you need to come out and come back in. There's a definite delay. You need to come out and come back in. There's a definite delay.
Cheers, Based. I'll do that now.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks, buddy.
Everyone can hear it, can you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's causing carnage.
I just don't think it'll be any
No,
better.
no,
when it comes
That's
back.
not Lee.
I go leave. Jeez. What's
Jeez.
up?
Noise cancellation.
I'll fix him.
What?
I got you, buddy. You're good.
What, all the cicadas making too much noise?
Fucking hell. Like a riot going on.
Bass, you sound like static. Stop talking shit.
Okay, fair enough. I know my mic's bad.
All right, we'll try Lee. Oh, you did it already. Jesus. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
The
Yeah, I
late
was just
check.
saying. I was just saying the Israeli-Palestine thing with the media makes me laugh a bit. That I know it's not nice what's happening in Gaza, but everybody seems to forget that Hamas crossed the border, slain 1,400 people, and took a load of hostages. And it's like that seems to be forgotten. Do you know what I mean? It's like I just think it's a bit odd. Let's not forget what
Isn't
they did.
Israel
Let's not
currently
forget what they
humbling them though?
Yeah, but let's not forget what they did. They brought it on themselves. I mean, geez.
I know, but I mean, I've got to say, well, when's enough enough? How can the IDF make a terrorist organization called Hamas look good? Because sometimes they do, sadly. And yeah, at what point is enough?
So, do you believe when you hear a news story on, say, I don't know, public radio, when they say Hamas reports 56 Palestinians shot and killed?
Yeah, pinch of salt. It's a pinch of salt, but
do you believe like when Hamas gives numbers or gives
no,
press releases?
no, I don't. But I've seen footage from there. It's just a fucking rubble. It's just a building site.
To be fair, I don't trust when the United States gives numbers either.
Yeah, I mean it's just a building site. Yeah, I don't trust any numbers from anyone. I mean the Russians, the Ukrainians. I mean, there's some of the deaths they're talking about is ridiculous numbers.
Right.
But yeah, the numbers game. Yeah, I don't believe any of it. But isn't enough enough? It's a fucking. It literally is just a rubble.
How do you stop and rebuild? What is the actual stopping point? Just now? Just start rebuilding? Like I don't. What in your mind? What is the end?
Well, the end, I believe, would be empty Gaza of Palestinians and have it as an Israeli state. That's what I believe the end. That's what I believe their plan is.
How?
We'll just carry on doing what they're doing. I've said this from the start, near enough.
So killing them.
Well, yeah, and displacing them.
Displacing their life from their body?
Well, displacing them from what they would call their homeland, whoever's homeland that might be. They're going to displace them from that, and they're going to flood.
Option they have is to push them in a corner, a tiny little.
Yeah, nobody will take them.
Nobody's going to take them.
Sadly, Last Dance, you're completely wrong on that.
Why?
I mean, the UK will take hundreds. I mean, let me just give you an example of the UK. Where I live, 15 miles away, it's a place called St. Athan, right? And they flew in a big jet. We know of this now, and straight from Afghanistan, straight to St. Athan, 15 miles away from me, and it was because of that data leak. And we have got to accept, I believe it's in like 30,000, 40,000 nationals from Afghanistan. Some of these people help the UK and the US, and some of these people are enemies of the UK and the US because it all got dumped in the same place. We've now got to take them. So we've now got a Holiday Inn that is now fully booked, taxpayers funded, and it's full of so-called friends and then so-called foes. But we have to take them all because it was our leak. Now it's our responsibility to look after these people. So literally, we have just imported basically it could be a load of wrong uns into the country, more highly likely. And the experts say that the vast majority of people on this list weren't helping us. So great stuff.
That's insane. and they won't have. They can't have no chance to assimilate. You're just like taking people from the Stone Age and putting them into a modern world.
Yeah, the Holiday Inn Express Rus. Google it. Spelling Rus, RHOOSE.
I hear your frustration, but I honestly do not see the UK onboarding Palestinians to empty the land so they can rebuild.
Well, there's been loads of talk about it from lots of MPs about housing Gazans that have been displaced.
Virtue signaling.
Well, no, it's part of the thing. We've got form. I mean, out of the 219 Ukrainians that we gave citizenship or temporary citizenship, 216,000 said yes. Only 3,000 said no. And we open the doors. It's not a problem. We've done it to the Hong Kong people. We do it to everyone.
It's unfortunate, man. That's for sure. Lovely lamb lunch.
Well, that sounds like a bad deal that you're going to regret, but you already have been regretting your country's immigration decisions. This is not going to be any better.
Make sure you don't speak out against it too loudly, you know.
Yes, right.
Yeah. I mean, when you've got a military expert saying that in this list, the vast majority of people on this list weren't friends of us, but because we've leaked it, now we're responsible for these people, and we've got to take them in and their dependents, of course.
What if the peace deal with Russia and Ukraine is that Russia has to onboard all of Gaza?
Well, let's read Lee's comment from above. Lee's comment from above. His prediction for Zelensky and Trump meeting on Monday. You can all read it yourselves.
Yeah.
Can I just expand on that a little bit? Because obviously you can only get a certain amount of text in the comment.
Sure.
That might not, like, I don't feel will initially happen on Monday. I'm trying to shorten it as much as I could. I think there will be another meeting after, but I honestly believe, and I don't blame Trump for doing this, if Zelensky doesn't play ball, it's going to give the United States an excuse to walk away. Because I don't think Trump wants to be involved anymore unless he's going to agree to. And when Zelensky says, we're not going to give up any land, and Trump's saying, listen, we're going to have to negotiate and swap a bit of stuff. Zelensky needs to wake up and look at some world history. There have been loads of countries that have made peace when they're losing and conceded ground. And the most recent one, look how Europe was carved up after World War II. These things happen. And if Zelensky is going to be so stubborn and go, I'm not going to give up any land, then I think Trump's got every right to go, do you know what, Europe, get on with it. It's not our problem. And the one thing that doesn't seem to be publicized that much is that out of all the world leaders, whether you like him or not, who's the one person wanting peace? It's Trump. I don't see it. No European leaders are really talking about peace. They're sort of behind him to a degree, but he wants to end this war, and Zelensky is going to have to accept it. The corrupt rat boy that he is. I hate him with a vengeance.
Lee, I agree 100% what you said, apart from when you said it's not our problem. The sad thing about it all, the Americans started that war.
It's not America's problem, though. Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you just.
Yeah, you would say America over NATO.
Well, America started that. They sent Boris over. They assured Boris to tell him that the US will give him as much money and as much fucking military aid as they need. And we're right behind them.
The administration has changed now, and things are different. Yeah. So he's just going to have to accept it.
And he is. And like I said, I've said this for a while, he's going to have to give maybe up to a third of his country away. And sadly, that looks more, And the thing is, we were saying this 9 months, a year ago. But what's changed now? 9 months, a year? Not a lot, apart from a lot of fucking dead European men.
I think the harder. I don't really think Zelensky will be the problem. I think it'll be Putin.
How so?
Well, because Putin, he's moving along. There's no way he's going to agree anything until he's at least slows down on the ground. Right, he's winning. Why would he stop?
He's winning. Yeah, he's in a winning position? Exactly.
So I don't think Zelensky is going to be the problem. I think Putin is going to be the.
There'd have to be an appeasement then.
Well, Zelensky said he's not going to give up an inch of land. So from that point,
I don't think he has a choice.
That's just a negotiating
Well,
position. He will give up a lot of land in the end.
I guess the problem is he doesn't see that inevitable aspect, that the only way this comes to an end is Russia gets land. And if he would just realize that now, it would essentially be over. I think Donbass will probably cover it.
I don't think he is under any illusions that he will somehow be able to get everything back. That's not going to happen. He knows it. Unless he's totally insane.
Well, he hasn't moved from that position. His position is basically we're not going to give up an inch of land.
Well, we don't know how the negotiations just went with Putin, because there's been no real announcement except that there's no agreements. So I don't know that it's Zelensky who's the problem. He may end up being a problem.
Publicly, that's been the position of the Ukrainians all the way throughout this. They're not going to give an inch. Well, the official government line is.
Yeah, of course, that's the public position. I wouldn't expect anything different publicly. But
my understanding, though, is that the United States is invested in minerals from the Ukraine as a payback for all of our gifts.
Yeah,
and so we're invested in maintaining that ability to receive those. I mean, we can still do that if we appease Putin and Russia by a land grab for them, and then we get to keep the land that has the minerals and still strip it, basically.
The issue for Zelensky is that the Ukrainian public is ready to give up, is ready to compromise, is ready to give up that land if it means peace. So,
Yeah, I agree with you that the people have had enough now, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you seen the memes they've been making with Putin, Trump, and Zelensky? With Zelensky being a baby or a little tiny midget dude in most of the pictures. It's really terrible, but great execution type stuff.
In some sense, it's true because he supplies the soldiers, but we give them the spears and whatnot so that they can be effective. So, I don't know. I'm beginning to feel bad that maybe there won't be a peace agreement.
Hey, Topple, do you think that President Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize if he brokers a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine?
From Hillary Clinton.
Depends on the details on how he does it. I'm not giving people Nobel Peace Prizes because other factors were being played in, but no, he's the president of the United States. No one should get a Nobel Peace Prize for being the president, though. Well, if something happens, he didn't broker nothing.
For doing his job.
Hmm?
What about a pat on the back for doing his job?
That's good enough.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
From Hillary Clinton.
From Hillary Clinton.
I mean, the Nobel Peace Prize completely went out the window when they put Obama as because during his period, no U.S. president.
Sounds like you're a little jealous, Welshie.
Well, I do like my stats, and I believe he bombed more places in his tenure than any other president. And on the old drone bombings, he was very prolific at that as well.
Talk about TDS. That is sad. I think Based is right, and it wasn't just Obama. There were several Peace Prize winners before that were just ridiculous. And
yeah, there was. I can't remember them now because it was so ridiculous.
I remember Rigoberta Menchú. Look her up.
Sounds fancy.
That was just a ridiculous. The Nobel Peace Prize is just an expression of the European version of progressive politics, and it's not much more than that.
I have a question for the panel. I didn't know of this person's existence until about 2 days ago, but who is Nick Fuentes and why is he in lockstep being praised by media platforms?
Well, he's a notorious Jew hater, and I don't know who's praising him other than
TDB is one of the guys. People on
TDB.
CNN, other random podcasts, a lot of the podcast community.
So Nick Fuentes is America First man, and yeah, you could say I think he admits to being a bit of a national socialist. Yeah, he's against the Jews big time. But basically, he's been around for many years, but he was completely deplatformed. And when I mean deplatformed, I mean literally everything. They even took his ability to have a bank account.
He was Alex Jones
over his views.
Well, apparently
you
he's
can't
not
do that no
he's not
more.
a bad guy anymore. I'm like, are they priming this guy to be like the next generation politician with Ben Shapiro or something? Like,
no.
Well, no.
I don't think so.
If he's anti-Jew.
Yeah, it's
two
not
different
that,
sides of the
that
fence, right? They still get to sit in the house and get paid to bitch at each other.
Yeah, he and Ben, president, vice president. Sure.
That's an agreement.
The dream team.
Yes.
No, he's too far exposed to ever be a politician of any serious nature.
Well, I don't know, Smoke Wife. Nick Fuentes is gay, so I don't know if he
is he.
Yeah,
he's part of the protected species.
See, this is where all the legacy media will say that. Sort of. So the reality is, he said that he's waiting for his wife. So basically, he's a virgin.
Oh, really? I thought he was gay. I wasn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to spread a malicious rumor.
Yeah, it's because that's what legacy media will try and do. It's a perfect way of defaming the guy.
I retract my statement then. I didn't realize that.
Is this the guy that pulled a gun on somebody that knocked on his door or something?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, people should know.
Did he pull the gun out?
Knocking on the door. Just for knocking on the door?
That's not what he was doing. He was hunting him out. That's why he's not being charged.
What?
Yeah, the guy wasn't a stranger knocking on his door. The guy knew who Nick Fuentes was.
So did the guy threaten? Did the guy threaten him before he knocked on the door or something?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't a stranger. He wasn't just.
But he still opened the door with a gun.
Well, yeah, you got guns. I'll tell you what. If I had to open my door, I'd open it with a gun. If it was legal in the UK.
If I had guns, I wouldn't open the door. I would just point it towards the door, and as soon as they try to break in, I would shoot through the door.
You do have guns. We've seen your gun.
No, I have no. Yeah, I got these weak guns here. That's it. I'm against guns.
Oh, I thought I saw you with the gun one night. Maybe it wasn't you then. Sorry.
Nah, that was RW.
I'll take the credit.
We look a lot. When I take my hat off, we look a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, we're efficient when running.
And he shoved her down the steps. She had no weapon.
To his door, and he shoved her down the steps. She
Apparently
had
he
no.
makes a lot of noise on the internet. I just never heard of this dude.
Did she make a threat that she was going to cause harm before? That'd be the only question.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy.
I don't care about a woman or a man if you're going to threaten somebody. But then again, I would never answer the door either, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's different laws, different states, but yeah, just got to be careful out there. Careful on them streets, yo. Whatever.
Can I just change the subject just for a second? Is that right?
Yes,
go for it.
Yeah, and it's mostly to our American cousins there. Since all these tariffs and whatever Trump's doing. What's the economy like? What's your standard of living like? Are you worse off? Are you better off? Or
Well,
I think shit's expensive, man.
producer prices have gone up on the supply side, and consumer prices have not gone up as much. So, at least for the moment, much of the tariff costs are being borne by the manufacturers and the producers who are making less profit now.
Ha ha.
Whether that over the long term, that will probably start to shift a little, and consumer prices will inch up.
Coffee's
But
going
for
up.
now,
recently.
for now, it's not as bad as I would have predicted.
what about unemployment? Is that down or is it leveling off?
Unemployment is not. It's not doing great. The latest employment numbers were worse than expected.
Right.
It's like only 73,000 jobs were created in the last month, which is not enough to keep up with the growing population and so forth. And Trump responded to that by firing the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I didn't know that.
I don't think that Americans are so much worried about jobs. They're more worried about illegal immigrations not doing the crappy jobs that let us live such lush lifestyles.
The only experience I'm having right now is warehouses don't have the supply that I need because during the tariffs, they didn't order as much when the tariffs went in place. So now it's a waiting game for me to get a lot of HVAC parts that come from China. So that's my biggest issue
Why
right
you got to
now.
install such garbage, Topple?
It's not me. It's the garbage they already had in place.
Oh.
And then what happens because
to be
of
honest,
that topple is the big guys and like guys like myself will buy, oh, you got 5 of those in? I'll take all 5.
Yep.
Brutal.
Absolutely.
Just a quick one. You know the Nick Fuentes thing? I've just done some reading on the subject. The guy killed 3 family members, in a different place to this, the same night. The guy had already dispatched 3 people, and he turned up at Nick Fuentes' house. This is the paragraph. The killer parked his car in front of my house and approached my door with a pistol drawn and what appears to be a crossbow. I was live streaming at the time. And he rung the bell and shouted, "Yo, Nick!" And basically, he shot him.
I was going to say I would have shot him.
Yeah. So fair comment. He had a crossbow and a pistol at the time, and he shot him. So yeah.
Base, did you see the story in the UK? I think it was somewhere called Middleton on the outskirts of Manchester, with the young 15-year-old kid that pulled out a machete and stole a kid's electric bike. But he swung for him a couple of times as well. I think he did manage to cut him a bit, but what he didn't know is that he was so close to home that his father witnessed this looking out the window, jumped into his car, and then the kid got the bike that he wanted to steal and then zoomed off on it. But the guy he got in his car and caught up with him and ran him over, completely killed him outright.
So I've seen the footage. Now, the sad thing about it, there's no winners there. We've got a Scally. We've got a Scally who's now dead, and his family are all fucking crazed out. And now we've got the father whose life is destroyed because he's going to have to spend 5 years in prison.
Maybe 2.5, 3 with good behaviour. The sad thing, well, it depends how you look at it, I guess, but it is still sad, really, because, well, I don't know, he was a bit of a bad un, wasn't he? But the comments coming through Facebook, which I think had to stop, there was no empathy for the family, because he was he was known to be a rogue in the area anyway.
Is a bad un worse than a wrong un?
Well, no, it's kind of the same thing, really.
Same, roughly. Okay.
But no empathy for the family at all. It was just like, he deserved it, the little
shit.
It's
like I said, it's not the parents that or the brother or the sister that done the crimes. I mean,
exactly.
You can't really control an adult, family member sometimes. Not for an excusism, but I mean that's the reality. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, someone's dead, and 2 families are destroyed.
Very true.
It'd be better if he just hurt him a little bit, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
It'd
what you
be
mean.
say for example, he'd opened his door as he drove past him. Hopefully, he would have
Yeah.
catapulted him across the road, which you could see from the Ring doorbell. The guy was
Yeah.
catapulted across the road, really.
He
Like, he
was.
went over a hedge. He went over a hedge into a house. Well,
Yeah,
the car
he
went
did.
into a house. The car went into the house.
And
He
know.
basically
Not even Molly.
he used his car as a rocket. The father did, and the guy's so fucking hard with the car. The guy ended up in the fucking house with the car.
Yeah.
what's this now?
Oh, just
I
some.
just saying to base, there was an incident a couple of weeks ago where a 15-year-old kid who sort of terrorised the area decided he was going to nick a young lad's, I think it was electric bike or electric scooter, but he pulled a machete out on him, and he did lunge for him a couple of times. The kid hadn't have known he'd have had a machete in his head. He caught him once with it, I think, but just glanced at it. And then what the kid didn't know who was trying to steal the bike was that the house that this kid lived in was just literally a few yards away. So the father witnessed everything, and then ran out, and he jumped on the bike that he'd just stolen and whizzed off. But the guy jumped in his car, followed him, and then ran him over and killed him outright for attacking
Okay.
his son and stealing the bike.
Yeah, hopefully they don't lose the dad now. But hey, do you know this person, Lovely Lamb Lunch, based Welshman?
It's Cankle, bro.
I'm just asking him just to see if maybe it was somebody he recognizes from his.
No,
No,
I
you don't.
No.
Because yeah, he was laying some heavy praise down on you, and then subsequently Lee. So Lovely Lamb Lunch, we're unsure of who you are.
He's
I
already
guess-
blocked. He's
I
already
guess-
Some of us
blocked.
were sure.
I guess the decision was made to block you. So
No, he was already blocked.
It's because he's a Cankle. He's already been blocked. Come on.
oh, he's pre-blocked when he showed
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
This is so
exactly.
old, man.
So wait, is
He should
YouTube
just- he
is
should just
showing
be
his
blocked for
comments?
I think we blocked him on StreamYard,
But
but
so
not YouTube.
oh wow, weird.
So,
Okay.
so basically, he's just changed his front name. He's just changed his front name.
He's
but-
getting lazy, dude.
Yeah.
He should just be blocked for heaping praise on base. That's
Yeah, that's
naughty.
fair
Well,
too.
he's usually good for the first 10 minutes.
What's up, Aphid?
Well,
Joke.
but he'll have learned his lesson, and he won't be good for the first 10 minutes now.
Yeah. Aphid, do you want to join us, please?
It's my stalker.
Please,
It's my
Aphid.
stalker. Leave me alone. I feel harassed, alarmed, and distressed. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Is that the new catchphrase that you use over there for legal purposes?
Well,
Harassed, alarmed, and distressed.
Just in case someone's listening, if I repeat it twice and it's been directed to you, watch out. Watch what comes next.
Wow.
Because if I feel harassed, alarmed, and distressed and I express that, and I do feel that, then I'm entitled to defend myself.
Are you guys ready for the storm that's cooking? The Category 5 just off of wherever the Leeward Islands are.
What?
I have a feeling it's going to reach me in North Carolina, but I don't know if it's going to go as far as Maryland. Probably not up to PA.
Thank God.
It'll affect the ocean around here, which sucks, but whatever.
Maybe we'll get rid of those darn seals that are stealing all your fish.
Fortunately, it will not. But
Oh.
what are you going to do?
Bring more in for shelter.
It looks like Bermuda is in the path of the predicted path, I should say.
Yeah, when you look at all the spaghetti noodle options, it's like, damn, how'd they pick that one?
Yeah.
I never been there. Always wanted to. Heard it's pretty cool. Hey, look who it is.
Brandon.
What up, Dank?
Dank?
Brandon.
So that I guess we'll let's round out that conversation. We sort of touched on it. What is the most likely result? And did you gain anything from what you saw after the press conference. A few notable things that was pointed out by the media. There was a planned luncheon, which did not happen, so no tuna sandwiches.
To be clear, between Putin and Trump.
Yeah. There was supposed to be a press conference, which was nothing more than basically a couple of statements made. I get the impression that Putin did not basically take what Trump was offering, and as you guys kind of said before, whoever said it might be the way for Trump to get out of it, that might be logical, you know.
Look at the optics, though. He was able to come onto U.S. soil and meet with the U.S. president, so that means something in itself. He's willing to fly and be in America and protected. That does mean something. And then there was political ops of him going to different places and respecting different things. When it comes to the statements that were released from Putin and Trump, that was a fat ass nothing burger. There was nothing there. So politically, I don't know what it means from there.
I disagree, because I think there's a lot of stuff that's happening in the background that we don't know.
This is what I was just going to say, Lee. Has anyone heard Putin speaking about the Ukraine war? Because that's what we've got to do. Because when I seen the news report, they just shows Trump talking about the talks. They didn't show Putin say a word, and well, they did. They showed him like finishing his sentence. so you don't actually hear what he says at all.
Well, they say good couples can finish each other's sentences. So,
well, the problem we get, we only ever really get a very limited view on Putin.
Well, of course, I'm hopeful that is correct, based, and that there was progress made. And if there's a good chance that if there was progress made, but it's fragile progress, so that they won't say anything about it. So I hope that's the case.
Last dance.
Go right ahead.
One of the YouTube channels tonight, I forget which one it was, there was a broadcast of Putin with his heads of government giving which was televised, and him talking to them about the meeting he had with Trump. He was very complimentary about Trump. He was also quite upbeat about the fact that there could be some economic deals. So I think there's some sweeteners being given to him.
Exactly. That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think. I've been thinking is the case all along, Lee. Is it needs to be? It's not just between Ukraine and Russia. It's between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia, because we need to throw some stuff in there. Economic relief. I think what would be powerful is to move some of our troops or military assets away from the Russian border that are too close now. I think that would, those would be the sort of things that would help, I think.
Certainly, right, yeah.
And there's no denying it. I know technically the economy in Russia's doing fine, really, considering all the pressure against it. But economically, you could throw those sweeteners in, like you said last dance. And I think Trump would be a good person to make it work for both of them. It could definitely sway Putin over a deal over a couple of decades, isn't it? It could mean a lot.
It's a funny thing. I've seen people on the left say Trump looked like a bitch. I've seen people on the right say Trump looked amazing. Like, this is just, it goes to the polarization aspect of it. It's just, it's a meaning. I think Trump is trying to stop the killing, in his own words. And I also think he has other motives here, probably benefiting mainly himself and possibly the United States. But I don't think what he did was a bad thing. I think we were talking years ago, last dance, anything would be good. Any conversation, any negotiation.
Yeah, I agree.
Just fucking getting together and talking is a start, And
let's not forget. Sorry, Steve. Go on, carry on.
It's okay. No, I'm about done with that. Go ahead, Lee.
Again, let's not forget how Trump works as well.
Cultural.
The one thing is that he keeps everybody on his feet. He loves to throw that curve ball. So he's keeping his cards very close to his chest before he meets Zelensky. He's not prepared to start telling the press and media what he's thinking of doing. So it's just one of his little things that he does. I mean, European leaders don't know whether he's going left or right or forward or whatever. He just keeps them on their toes, and I just think this is classic Trump. He's got a very important meeting with Zelensky, and he's not going to give anything away until he speaks to him face to face.
And just to sum up Putin again, it sounds like I'm glorifying the chap. But,
get off it.
When he does this, like one day a year, he does it where you ask the president, and there's a room of like 500 journalists, and they ask him questions, and he literally talks on a live feed going out to Russia for like 5 hours, right? And he'll answer basically any question, and it is very informal. Because people are holding like sticks up with like a snake just to try and grab his attention. So they're literally like a teddy snake or a triangle. And it's a bit like, if you can speak for hours on end and answer all these questions off the cuff, then that's not the picture that I've been told by legacy media and what, he's very isolated, I'm told. No one sees him. No one can get close to him. He's going to get taken from the inside. This is what we all were told the last couple of years, but the reality is it's not that at all.
Base, when he does that like annual chat or whatever, he also takes calls from around the world. People are selected, and they can be Joe blogs. It doesn't matter who they are; they don't have to be mega important. And I think this happened it was pre the Ukrainian war, but a mate of mine, he's called James Rose, he was selected, and he didn't tell us. I didn't know. It's just like, oh my God, look at this. James is on he can speak Russian as well, and he was talking and putting some questions to him. I think just one question to him, but speaking with him, I just thought, yeah, fair play to Putin. He's like, you can ask me anything.
Everyone could be. Yeah, everyone can be cynical in what we're saying, but if you actually Google it and watch a couple of minutes of it, literally, he's just picking up, what he can pick up in the crowd where people are screaming and like waving at him just to try and pose the question.
Why is that interesting?
Well,
I'm having a hard time understanding why that's interesting or significant.
We've been
Subway sandwich.
Okay, I'm been a bit hyperbolic here, but let's just go with it, right? We've been told he's had cancer twice, strokes. He's totally isolated from the cabinet on the Russian hierarchy. No one's around him. He's isolated. But don't forget, he's got Parkinson's. All this shit we've been told for fucking 3 years now, 4 years. But the reality is, he seems to be with that. He seems to answer any questions from anyone. I've seen it, and it's not controlled at all. And he will answer. So he's not what he's been pictured to me at all.
The other thing, Last Dance, is why it's quite fascinating is this. If you look at most European leaders, especially European prime ministers, presidents, whatever they want to call themselves, is they will very rarely put themselves into such a vulnerable position where you can ask them about anything. And even your own president, when we go back to Biden, was known for having a card in his hands, and the press could only ask certain questions in which he had the written answers to. So to put somebody who's the leader of the country into a position where you can ask him anything and he will give you the answer, whether you agree with him or not is another thing. When it comes to the person asking that question, but he is not afraid to stand up and go, okay, let's have a debate. What do you want to ask me? There isn't one Western leader in the world that would do that. When you look back just over a couple of weeks ago, when Trump was at Scotland at his golf course and was talking about various things, Starmer was like twitching in his chair. Oh, don't talk about immigration. Don't talk about free speech. He couldn't say it, but the press went mental, saying that. Look how he is sat in a seat squirming because
that's true because Putin has more, he has less to worry about in terms of domestic issues and domestic opposition than any of the people you just mentioned. So I don't know. I have a hard time admiring Putin. Yeah, I'm sure he's smart enough and sharp enough to talk on his feet, but that doesn't mean anything he says is true. It just means he's he's good.
And I agree. And I agree with you with that. But the fact that he's willing to put himself into that position is in some ways commendable, because there isn't a Western leader in the world that the press won't get briefed first, what they can and cannot ask, and this, that, and the other, and they lie to us continuously anyway. So whether Putin's telling the truth or not, that makes him no different to any European leader, our prime minister, because they all bloody lie. And this country is becoming.
It doesn't mean I'm going to admire him for being one of, just like everybody else.
I think, Last Dance, I think you could certainly at least admit that it is interesting. You don't have to admire him for it, but I think a world leader doing that unguarded, as Lee pointed out, he's basically got to work on his feet here to answer these questions. And I don't admire him, but I certainly, given the opportunity to watch that, would find it interesting. All the dumb content I watching like a superpower, if you call him that, world leader, or at least, a huge enemy of the United States, essentially going up, answering questions from whomever all around the world, and Russian included. Yeah, fuck yeah, that's interesting.
Here's one interesting thing. I'm not going to go through it all. I've talked to you about it before when Putin, in one of those sessions, was asked about immigration as a whole and why is it that Europe seems to be having such a problem. So I'll keep this really short because the ending of what I'm about to tell you is really interesting. So he talks about you've got to speak the language, you've got to go on a 6-month course, you've got to pass an exam at the end. You might not know the whole language, but at least you can hear. You've got to pledge allegiance to Russia, irrespective of what your religion is. You can pray how you want, pray to whichever god you want, whatever, but you've got to have an allegiance to Russia first. You're spread out throughout the country, and as you know, it's a big country. He doesn't want pockets where they all clang together because you don't integrate. So he's like, you can come here, but you've got to integrate, you've got to speak the language, and you've got to work, and you've got to contribute. Okay, so he said, I think that Europe has got a massive problem with immigration, with these migrants, because they don't do that. And if they did and followed our style of doing things, then you would probably find you'd have less problems. That was his answer to it. It's very short. He did go on a bit longer than that. Now, isn't it interesting that now, 7 to 8 years later, now that's what some of the European countries are talking about. Maybe we need to bring in that you've got to be able to speak the language or go on a course to speak the language. Maybe we need to disperse them or this and that and the other. So it's like, oh, he's an evil bugger and he doesn't know what he's talking about, this and that. And 7 years later, now that's what Europe's talking about, almost following his blueprint on how can you make immigration better. So, he's not a fool, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, he's an evil bastard. I'm not trying to say that I admire him or anything like that, but you have to study your enemy, and any information you can get on a person is information. As was pointed out about Joe Biden. Sadly, he read sometimes like the parts of the cards which were in parentheses, which he wasn't supposed to read out loud, quite frequently, because he was never really speaking from his mind. That being said, when Trump has been known to speak from his mind, he said some batshit crazy things too. So both of them not good shooting from the hip all the time, although Trump has done okay sometimes as well. I never really heard Biden in his 4-year presidency doing that well.
Each one of those two American presidents has severe weaknesses that manifest themselves whenever they talk. So go
on, Last Dance.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's hard for me to admire Putin when I know that his modus operandi is to basically kill any opposition of any significance in his country, whether it's, somebody who gets Novichoked or gets pushed out of a building or their plane gets shot down. I mean, that to me, that yeah, maybe he's he might be a smart guy, and I'm sure he is a smart guy. Maybe he speaks
Diabolical.
well. Maybe he speaks well in press conferences because he's confident and smart. But I cannot admire that man,
I think
and I will not say that he is the equivalent of a British or a European prime minister or an American president.
but
I mean, it
think
wasn't just a month or two ago that Trump said he's crazy. We went in, we had a good talk, and then he comes out and he bombed that city. He's nuts. He doesn't listen to anything. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, he said about Putin. I'm like, oh, wow, that was kind of what everyone else was thinking about him. So, I mean, I think Trump knows he's a fucking nut. He's a diabolical killer, but he's still giving it some effort. You know what I'm saying? But continually, please. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think the other thing that sometimes doesn't get taken into consideration is the mindset of a country as well. So if you've got forces building up in terms of people want to put NATO bases on your borders and this, that, and the other, like what history you're learning in your schools, Russian children would have grown up learning about World War II, the amount of millions and millions of people that they lost. So there's that in their DNA. That's never going to happen to us again. So we'll nip this in the bud, and we'll go and invade. You're not going to be part of NATO. You're not going to be. And going back to Israel, I think it's the same. I know you say overreaction to a degree, but every Israeli will think, just remember what happened 80 odd years ago. And when people attack us, we might come down with a heavy fist, but we've got every bloody right to, because we're never going to let anything like that happen again. It's it's just a mindset in a country's DNA, I think, and that gets forgotten because they're learning that all the time, and they'll never be allowed to forget it. They'll be told about the millions of Russians that had to fight all the way to Berlin and stuff, and I think that has a bit of a psychological effect on what happens sometimes when you say, oh, he's evil. Yeah, he's not the nicest guy in the world, but I also think there's a part of that drives them in both cases.
Yeah. I mean, with the Israel thing, it's again extremely complicated. Hamas has used hospitals. They have used vehicles that look like humanitarian vehicles. They have worn uniforms that say press on them. They've done some extremely sneaky things to try to, get around Israel killing them, and Israel's starting to figure that out. And the problem here, everyone says end it. Nobody says, why doesn't Hamas just surrender? Or just give up and leave. I don't know.
What about human nature and the way that we are as to simplify as animals, right? So based is in Wales, right? And they hate the English. They absolutely hate them. This is hypothetical, by the way. And occasionally they come across the border and they kill us, or they put terrorists into London and blow things up. And we're thinking, well, we've got the bigger population. We're more armaments than them. How long are we going to put up with this? Why don't we just go into Wales and fucking kill them all and just eradicate them and take the land? And then, do you know what? We can all live in peace. I mean, I know it's a very simplified point of view, but at what point is there a breaking point for a country, or well, it's not a country, it's a state, where they go, enough's enough. We're not having this. We've got on our border right next to us is a government, people called Hamas, that just want to kill us. So why are you going to stand around and go, oh, okay, it will happen from time to time. We'll put up with the bomb going off, but we'll try and live in peace. It's never going to work. It's never going to work.
The answer to that politically is most likely going to be authoritarianism. That's the only political answer to that, is picking one side and forcing it down people's throats.
Yeah. It's an interesting point.
I have a question. What do you guys think of Melania Trump's $1 billion threat sue, or what do you call that, lawsuit against Hunter Biden for defamation?
It's as stupid as every lawsuit coming out of that particular couple.
$1 billion. I think it should go through so that we can have discovery.
Oh, I
What
love
is
it. I agree with you.
What's the lawsuit?
So Hunter Biden is stating or claiming that Epstein is the one that introduced Melania to Trump. And Melania is turning around and threatening him with a $1 billion lawsuit of defamation for that statement. So if we get to have discovery, we can find out, as if we ever will, but that's how it should work.
Yeah, he said something the other day on tape. I can't remember what it was now. He was being interviewed. Biden was.
Yeah, and his interview was actually more sensical than anyone else lately. Hunter Biden's over is more sensical than many politicians are right now, and it scares me.
What did he say?
He said something about how Trump met Melanie or whatever her name is through whatever that dude's name, Epstein, that guy. I forgot about that name.
I can message you the interview link if you'd like, Welshman.
Well, I think I've seen it. I just can't remember. Was it that subject? And obviously it was that subject.
I can't. All I can do is paraphrase. I can't remember, but he's basically welcoming it. He's saying, "Let's do it. Let's go through discovery." In other words, he's not concerned with his statement.
Well, yeah, he's kind of poking the bear there a little bit. Stabbing the beehive. If he isn't careful, he could end up losing.
but isn't it a case for libels that apart from not telling the truth, you've got to knowingly not tell the truth. So if they fight, you've got to knowingly know that it's not the truth to prove it.
Melania.
Candace Owens is going through this now with President Macron's husband.
What the hell?
Somebody's bad at the bone. It's Topple, isn't it?
What did I do?
You're bad to
We
the
could
bone.
hear
aren't
your
you, Topple?
ringtone. What was that ringtone?
It's my wife texting me, so I know
dog.
which one it is.
Oh, right.
No, she just tried to attack some deers, and I'm like, you fucking idiot.
I'm asking you, is that a custom song for your wife? Like I heard a guy once who had like the song of like the bad witch from
Is that Bob Seger's old time rock and roll?
Yeah, that text is from her, so I know when she's texting me it's nothing else. Like my mother-in-law's used to be the theme of Halloween. That's what I usually had.
Right, I got you.
Nice.
I really did. She's no longer with us, so I won't speak ill. Love her.
Right.
Rest in peace.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Hunter said that. And there is a high bar because Melania Trump meets the standard for being a public figure. So, there's a high bar to successfully have a defamation or a libel claim in this case. And I doubt she meets it.
Who
It's
cares?
hard to,
Someone's
even
talking shit. Freedom of speech.
I don't know how it harms her
Yes.
for $1 billion worth, and even if it's true, it doesn't nothing bad about that. I mean,
she can't sleep at night now. She's so upset.
Okay. Let me just jump in. I've just noticed the chat. We've got our lovely Welsh lamb guy here.
Yeah.
Like
You just noticed that?
yeah. So
Oh, sorry to hear
so just a thing. Crankle has smoked crack on live. Crankle has played snuff movies on a channel called Mark Kelly with 2,000 subs and lost his channel. The channel didn't exist. They didn't give him a strike. They pulled the plug on his complete channel. And I was supposed to be one of his best friends.
That channel down then, and now you say it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and I was one of his best. I was one of his only friends on YouTube left.
Is this factual? He might sue you if you're defaming him.
It's totally true. Mark Kelly YouTube channel, and basically, it's my mate. He walked home. He was on his canal boat, and he walked home. It takes like 20 minutes, and in that 20 minutes of him walking home, he played snuff movies right?
Do you think he likes
Um,
being talked about?
Yeah.
You say I'll do the full video. Let's do it.
But he likes to talk a lot of shit though, in the sense of, you know, he
Yeah, I'm
plays
just
plays
gonna.
it both. He plays it both sides. But trust me, all those things he's done. Mark Kelly has been on this channel. You know Mark Kelly. He's been on this channel, don't you, boys?
Yeah, he's been on recently.
Dude,
Right,
Mark
well,
Kelly,
you ask Mark Kelly what happened to his channel.
that's Gabby Gifford's husband.
The same name, but not the same guy.
What? That's uncommon name of Mark Kelly belongs to more than one person.
It's hard to believe.
Unbelievable. Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just gonna block Krinkle. I'm
So-
it angers me so much.
It's just boring. Like, who gives a fuck about this guy?
I just want to say very quickly, whilst you mentioned wife, and then I've seen Smokesteve's wife coming up with comments. And I'm not really slying you, Steve, I promise.
Asshole.
But yeah, but you know, obviously sometimes I praise you, Steve, for giving up your time and putting this on, which is great. But also a big thanks to Smokesteve's wife, because it's her Saturday evening or afternoon or whatever as well. So salute you, Smokesteve's wife, for letting him come out and play every Saturday. Cheers.
She's the best. She's the best.
This is her time. She gets to relax. You kidding me?
Yeah, maybe.
No, she's out over here. She's working with the rest of us.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, though. It's good of you to get both of you to give it your time to do it. It's cool.
Well, thank you, my friend.
Well, thank you, Lee. Your time is also helping the channel as well.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
thanks for not being an asshole, Lee.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of us can't maintain it. So you guys that come on here and pump it up to 6, 7, 8, 9, sometimes 10 when we're lucky. That's what really makes it. So Lee, right back at you, my brother.
Yeah, brother.
And I'm gonna do a taste test now.
Taste
Oh.
test.
Ooh! I
What
wonder
you
if
want,
that was
last
gonna
dance?
happen.
What you drinking, man?
Well, I got 2 whiskeys. One of them is Alexander Murray, 14 years.
Scotch.
Nice.
And then my
Nice.
next one that I've just now opened is Ardbeg.
Right.
Would you be able to? Do you have 2 glasses?
Yes.
Can you do a side by side so we can see the color?
Yes.
I hear it tastes like a tar brush. That sounds delicious.
It's going
Tar
to
brush. That's my favorite flavor.
Man.
Would a professional have a bit of water in between so you would dilute the
not
palate again?
professional.
Right.
The ice, put some ice in that.
They're
Yeah,
looking
the rock.
different in color, but it
Okay,
could be
the bigger
water
one in
brush.
your left hand looks
Darker.
darker.
Yeah,
much
more
darker.
more amber. This one is
That's-
more amber.
It's going to be smokier.
Now I'm gonna put a little bit in the other glass afterward, just to make sure it's not the glass that's making it look that way.
Wow, fancy pants.
All right. So this is the Alexander Murray, the darker.
Cheers.
Pretty good.
Did you lose any teeth?
I don't know.
Oh no.
And this is the Ardbeg. Well, he says I have to put some water in. So
That's vodka, everybody.
Clean, palate, clear the
I
palate.
call it water. So shut up.
Oh,
Oh,
hi, Afed.
Hello.
Hi,
Do
Dave.
you remember? Hi, Aphid.
This,
And let's finish the review. Go ahead.
much smokier.
If you've
The
watched
Ardbeg.
if you've watched
And,
Cheech and Chong, do you remember
I
the
really
scene
love that
where,
smoky flavor. So
yeah, sorry. If you've
I'm
watched
gonna
Cheech and
say
Chong, if you've ever seen remember
the
scene where
Ardbeg
he goes
wins.
to the judge
Awesome.
to get some water, and he takes
Enjoy,
a sip
man.
of it.
Thank you.
He spits it all out and goes, "This is fucking vodka." Do you
Yeah.
know? It's a good scene. That's funny.
Same alcohol content, right? Just different
Yeah.
flavor.
Yep.
What
Believe
what's
in
the-
Irish Gaelic, they
is it
call that
40% last ounce, or is it 38.5?
What's that?
What's the
what is
proof on that?
volume? Is it
Oh,
40% or
man.
38.5?
I don't know. The label is. It's like if you can barely see, there's like dark writing that I can't see unless I. Well, I got a phone, so I can illuminate it. This is what old people do. They take their
Yep.
phone, they turn the light on, and then they read like this.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
So I've been doing that for about a year with food labels.
Oh, there it is. Sea spray, tarry rope. You weren't kidding. These are the flavors, and an immense smoky intensity.
Nice.
That doesn't say the proof though.
It just, like, to me, that doesn't seem like a good marketing play.
What is it? Let's just do a quick search and it'll tell. It's what? How do you spell the brand?
ARDBEG.
All right, here we go. Is it what year is it?
Well, it says it's aged at least 10 years old.
10 year. All right.
You're not going to look up the price, are you?
You know I always do that.
Man.
Okay, that's 46%. That's 92 proof.
Okay.
Wow.
That's high, right?
Yeah. 46, did you say, Steve? 46?
Yeah.
How many dollars was it?
70.
It was a gift from a
gift.
It was a gift from a friend. And the Alexander Murray also says 46% alcohol by volume.
Wow.
So that's
high.
They brew it and it's much higher when they distill it, and then they cut it down with usually some artisanal water from the countryside or something, or from the tap. I don't know, but
yeah, Jersey tap water.
No, it'd be Scottish tap water. Come on.
Scottish waterfall.
You mean Jersey, New Jersey, or Jersey?
Guernsey or whatever. Yeah. But I mean, they call it the water of life, right? Ishkabaha in Irish. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff.
How's the chalk top treating you, Nathan?
Tasty.
Good.
It's guaranteed
Aged at least 10 months.
3 months
Hey,
old.
Aged at least 3 months.
Good evening, Mr. Lip.
Good evening. Good to see you guys.
And although I'm not naming names, I'm going to wish happy birthday to anybody in the chat or on the panel.
Oh, I had a birthday.
His birthday may be, well, I'm not, it's just you. But there are some fine people who've had birthdays recently.
Just another year closer to death.
Hoorah. That's the spirit.
Yeah. But it's also another year closer to genius.
Genius?
Yep.
That's the apex before dementia.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I feel like every year I get stupider, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's funny.
Thank you, Bottle Cap.
There's a rise to intelligence, and then you get to a point, and then you cruise, and then it starts to go down. You know.
Oh man, I do some challenges, do some challenge problems regularly. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Bottle Cap comes up with some good info sometimes, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he's always a font of important information.
Yeah, he's like old school encyclopedia, man. He's cool.
Yeah.
Man. What are you going to tell us about your old man puzzles?
I've noticed my brain power just going downhill every year.
Damn.
It's
Sorry to hear that, buddy. Old man puzzles are probably 8-bit encryptions.
It's painful, but I still love life. So I don't know. Maybe the dumber I get, the more I'll enjoy my life.
Last dance, when you're drinking 46% proof whiskey, that kind of happens.
Yeah, it gets harder after a couple.
It's only a little bit, and only on Saturdays.
The only thing I notice with age is healing. Healing takes a lot longer now.
Oh,
sometimes it just.
I had a tooth pulled, and I'm still swollen 3 days later. It just, anytime my back goes, it just takes weeks now, not days. So
yeah. I thought you just smarted off to the wrong guy.
No, I don't know.
Or
I don't fight. No, my wife. No,
that's the problem. He doesn't fight. So.
I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Yeah.
Why
Sometimes
did it have
me
to,
too.
why did it have to
too.
come out? Why did your teeth have to come out?
Wish I could give you a hug
Well,
right now.
his back went out.
Bad
so his teeth
molar.
fell out.
Bad molar. So
Oh, right.
I'm actually looking to get 3 of them removed and get implants put in the
Oh.
future, which super expensive.
It's a lot of HVAC, bro.
A lot of dollars.
Yeah, well, I was just wishing someone rich would die in my family and I could just do my whole mouth.
Well, the good news is that the implants will never have tooth decay. So
Yes,
You won't, but your body commonly rejects them in the 10 to 15 year window, which is
What?
always nice.
Really?
Yeah.
That's real?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Say it's not true. Come on.
Oh yeah, it's totally true.
Oh
Right.
no!
I mean, dude,
Really?
your jaw is now got a big chunk of it that's fake, and like you, eventually something's gonna wiggle its way in. Some germ, flesh-eating
Alright.
bacteria.
Oh man.
Whoa!
Look on the bright side, you might not live that long.
I'm just gonna go no teeth needed now. Then
Well, like if you have fake teeth, so you're like, fuck it, I'm not gonna brush or anything anymore forever because they can't fall out. Yeah, I can totally see something getting in there. But otherwise,
Yeah, they will fall out because your gums will
yeah.
become diseased. And
Do you guys? Well,
Your
let's go
mouth
through
will
a
fall
quick impromptu survey. Do you use fluoride? I'll answer first. Yes. Last dance.
yes,
Welshman,
Yeah.
Lee,
Yep.
Topple.
Isn't it in the water already?
yes.
I mean, yeah, assuming it isn't, you use fluoride toothpaste or fluoride.
Oh, I don't. I use whatever she buys. It
Yes,
makes your teeth
probably.
very white.
RW,
hell no.
look at you, country boy. All right, aphid lip.
I mean, I brush my teeth. Do I swish around with scope every night? No, I don't do that.
No, I do that all.
No, do you use fluoride toothpaste?
Oh, is that the cheap kind?
Yeah,
Well,
it is.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, then yeah.
Whatever that
I
cheap shit is.
use fluoride like a motherfucker. Then.
Well, the only mouthwash that I know of is Listerine Total Care. It's sort of a light purple or pink color.
Yes.
That one has fluoride in it, and that boosts your fluoride intake if you want.
Is there fluoride in your water in every town? Is
No.
that a thing? Okay. Where I grew up, there was fluoride in the water, and people were making a big thing about it.
I would say every big city
Okay.
has fluoridated water.
See, I don't like that because you don't consume the toothpaste. You don't consume the mouthwash. You drink the friggin' water. You're actually putting the fluoride into your body. It's not just a rinse. Now, I don't understand that. Why they would add it to drinking water when you're not supposed to drink it. Well, you're not supposed to swallow toothpaste, but they tell you it's okay to drink fluorinated water. You know?
Yeah, it's to do with your teeth. That's why they put it in the water. They said it's to do with your teeth.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you don't just rinse with it, you actually drink it.
No, city water you're just supposed to rinse and spit out.
Here's what I would say. Probably the most effective, the fluoride is most effective in toothpaste because you swallow without intending to a small amount of it.
Of course.
Every time.
Of course. That's...
Bro, I just got breaking news.
Oh, no. Who died?
Well, a red heifer.
Oh,
red heifer.
Does anyone know what that means?
Red heifer.
Yeah. That's one of the signs of like the apocalypse from Revelations. I feel like
No. In order to,
who's a fat redhead?
In order to bless a new synagogue, they have to sacrifice a perfectly red heifer, and apparently that just happened. So I'm going to look into that and see what's going on. That's a major movement in the Jewish nation. Anyway,
that is true. It needs to be a red heifer.
red heifer. You
Sure to
the
keep us
awkward
posted
jokes.
every second on that.
Oh, bro, I'm on it.
No, it's a red cow. Basically, they need to sacrifice a red cow. Right, red cow.
It sounds like there was an episode of Andy Griffith some years ago when they discussed some mountain voodoo, and you could reverse a marriage by having a black rider on a white horse riding east at moonlight. I mean, this sounds awkward, this red heifer thing. I don't know.
I've never heard of it.
It's also a slang word in the UK. If you turn around and say that girl, she's a right heifer, she's a big girl.
That's what I thought it was.
Sure.
I was trying to
She's
think
a
of
red, she's a
big
red
fat.
heifer. She's a ginger haired girl, and she's on the big side.
Yeah, the big ones from Wales, they just say Wales from Wales. Oh, all right, I'll be right back.
Time out.
Could be a false alarm, everybody. It was disqualified for
Fake
sacrifice after 2 black hairs were found on its body. So it was only used in practice burning ceremony. So they don't have the perfect cow yet, but once they do, Judaism's back on.
Does anybody notice the cricket?
Oh yeah,
The cicadas, yeah, topple. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Okay.
surprised they're pumping up there, dude. There's none down here.
Oh
I
yeah,
got-
we got tons going on. We got the cicadas. You got the cicadas top.
Yeah, cicadas were earlier with the sun up, and I
Yep,
got
yep,
yelled
yep.
at for it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
What's
Bass
that?
yelled at me for it with his static mic. So
Yeah, bass. Bass always got the crisp, clear audio. He's
Yeah.
got so much room to talk.
Try and get back in a bit. Hang on.
I'm just trying to be out in nature, you know. Oh,
Movie news.
Oh shit! So Timcast, it was a guy that went on Timcast named Adam King, and apparently, he said it was falsely declared impure to avoid backlash. So this news is all over the place, gentlemen. Get ready.
Oh man, this
Holy
I think
cow
I just-
situation,
I think I just wet myself a little bit.
in a good way or a bad way.
Yeah, it happens.
did you guys talk about the whole DC thing already?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Is anybody against it? I guess no one
I was-
here,
I was-
other RW, maybe.
I was kind of against it.
Okay.
I'm not against if DC is literally FUBAR for its logistics and policing. I'm not against it being forced to actually do its job, but I know that that's a lot of red tape and all that. Like I don't know the politics of it all, and overstepping and all that. I'm sure is a problem, but I would rather see a nation upholding law and justice than pure fuckery. So I don't know what the real situation is.
My
To me,
whole
that's-
question is, if people are being arrested, are they being tried on federal or are they going to see the same judge is going to let them out anyway?
That's a fair point. Very fair
Like,
point.
that was my question. I'm like, depending on how they do it, if they're doing what CNN says, they're just stopping everybody, asking for ID and all that stuff, I have a problem with that. But
Yeah,
if
of
you
course, that's against the law.
yeah, it's against the Constitution.
Yeah, check your DMs, Last Dance.
But
Okay.
the real problem there is
on Twitter.
the real problem there is the
I don't-
judges, the prosecutors.
I don't think so. Chase. He's a regular.
Okay.
Just a little background. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
No,
Tom.
you're good. You're good.
So, what were you guys talking about specifically? Like, if the National Guard actually arrests people? How?
Yeah, what charges are there? So,
No, they won't arrest unless it's on federal building or something.
yeah, that would be the only federal, but they're going to see the same judges that are going to let them out and drop the cases anyway. So, what's the point?
He
I
has a
mean, are
valid
they there
challenge.
as some kind of a deterrent? Yeah, it really doesn't make any sense, because for them to extend it past 30 days, who has the authority on that? Meaning the National Guard stay is only for 30 days at a time. I don't know if the president can re-up that. It might take an act of Congress to extend it. Anybody?
I don't
no
know.
idea.
Yeah, I guess my point is, I don't really understand Trump's motivation for it. I want to see this shit get cleaned up. Like I was talking earlier, Topple, about Boston and Philly. Like the zombie zone, I'm sure in Philly is multiple blocks wide.
K9.
Slumped over, fucking booting up in the street. They have this video. I follow some of these guys, man.
It's worldwide. That Philly stuff, Steve, is worldwide. It's famous worldwide.
There's a guy in Boston who's in a motorized wheelchair. There's a video of him passed out with the needle in the side of his leg. He's booting up in his leg and he can't even walk. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do with that guy? Like,
I mean, it's America. It's your people. This is your people, and look what the state is allowing to happen. It's outrageous. It should never be allowed to happen.
Not the state, really. That's what I mean about the whole DC thing. It's the same prosecutors and judges that don't give a fuck. They're in there for their woke agenda. They don't give a shit.
I'll give you a quick blurb, Topple. So I'll dig a little bit more than this as well to double check.
Okay.
The court processing of individuals arrested in D.C. following Trump's federalization of the D.C. police force remain under the jurisdiction of existing federal and local judicial systems. The U.S. Attorney's Office, blah, 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 blah. And then it says local cases may also be proceeded through the D.C. Superior Court overseen by the D.C. Attorney General's Office led by Brian Schwab for certain offenses.
Swing!
So Washington, D.C. has its own attorney general and its own city court system, then. That's what we're understanding here, right?
Yes. Right. So they're going to arrest them in mass and go after them for the things they believe they should be going after them. But then they're going to turn them over to the justice system, which is exactly the same. So if there's an issue there, then that doesn't fix the problem. It just spends a lot of money to take them off the street for a day.
But what it will do, it will expose once again these Democrat-ran cities.
I mean, they're exposed so often. Both sides.
Just go to the cities; they're exposed right in your face.
Yeah, but it'll just be another angle. It'll just be another angle to prove that it's just cancer.
Well, I mean, those people, you know, if it's a shit town, you know, or a commonality with major cities, and they prefer a democratic, you know. They're voting for those people to rule them. So if it's different,
that's true.
If it's different from another place in the United States, I mean, that's what America's about. If they want to be governed by those people and they vote them in,
we're a democracy.
Let the chips fall where they may, you know.
Yeah, and it'll just become more apparent and it'll become more obvious to more people.
Yeah, like there's been some things going on here in Mass. People have started leaving. People are taking up second residences in other states for 6 months and 1 day. Like Florida, for example, then you can avoid not just the millionaire's tax, but you can avoid your state income tax as well. Why wouldn't you if you had the dough? You know, well, fuck, get there, live there for 6 months and 1 day, run your business.
Yeah,
the rest of the time in Massachusetts, and you don't have to pay 10.5% of your money is saved, of your income yearly is saved if you can manage that. But it's completely legal. But you do have to reside in another state for 1 more day than half of the year in order for it to be legal.
A bit like Trump said, so when Hillary started slagging him off for using those tax options, he goes, yeah, all your backers are. That's why you've done fuck all for 40 years and you've allowed it.
That was the debate from 9 years ago.
Yeah, he paid guys millions of dollars to save him billions or tens of millions of dollars. It was just business. They all do that. it goes back down to the smaller guys. When companies that are buying trucks and this and that, your guy will say you can buy a new truck or you can give the government more money because it's like a write-off or whatever. But there's a certain amount of money you need to put back into your business that is basically a write-off or not taxed. So it goes all the way up the chain to massive developers. Obviously, they're going to do the same thing,
Smoke Wife made a comment that there's higher crime rates in red cities. I'm curious to see.
There's hardly any red cities.
There's no red cities.
Saying, like, if it was like rural, then I could see the comparison. But from my understanding, almost every major city is blue.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
I wonder, it might be a valid comparison. What would be considered a very liberal city that's in a conservative state?
Texas,
Austin,
San Antonio,
Charlotte.
So Austin's a liberal city?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
But they still have to follow the state law in Texas. So if a city cop busts a guy for something, he's got to, go through the law with him, whether or not it's a liberal city.
Well, cities do have their own laws. Cities do have their own laws still.
Yeah,
That like
true.
The gun laws in Philadelphia compared to Pennsylvania aren't the same at all.
Yeah, you're right. Boston, you can only conceal carry with up to 5 rounds in your sidearm. 5. So you can have a magazine half.
I was about to
full.
say, can you have how many magazines you're allowed to have?
Right. So if you have a 6-shot revolver, you just put 5 in it. It's so
Can you have one hot and ready to go too? So technically you have 6.
No, the max is the max.
Oh, max.
So, yeah, it's so literally if you're gonna be a licensed to carry guy outside of the city, what do? Stop at the local McDonald's, unload your magazine, put them in your pocket, and it's so dumb, dude. Yeah, I mean, that being said, it is an interesting thing that you do tend to get these concentrations of more Democrats that are in the cities as opposed to suburban or urban, rural.
I'm pretty sure they studied that, and it purely came down to IQ. Like the higher IQs migrate towards the cities.
Right.
Well, they are called cities, right? Where they're protected.
Well, basically, like outside the cities, it's a bunch of dumb people. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, dude, think about the inner city.
I think the highest are probably in the suburbs.
I think he's talking out of his ass down there.
I was about to say.
Well, he lives outside
here, dude.
But I mean, yeah, the people who were born in the city, they're just
No, but I would guess like Austin. I don't know. I'm not.
Okay, so it says America's most dangerous cities: New Orleans, Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore, Oakland,
Louis?
Cincinnati, Cleveland. Fucking can't say it. Philadelphia, Memphis, Buffalo, Washington D.C.
See what the worst is.
The worst is St. Louis right now. I think.
I want to get
murders.
Out.
Murders.
I want to make sure I'm never aware of that place.
I think it's St. Louis and Baltimore. So
yeah, we're here.
Yeah, it seems like Baltimore is always at the bottom of the barrel.
That's where the goodies settle, buddy.
Well, it's pretty good down here.
It's these little inner city shitholes that nobody knows about that can sometimes be the worst. Like everyone's like, yeah, we're going to New Orleans. Yeah, but like New Orleans is also extremely high crime, murder, and all that. It has been for years and years. But like, it's not like a fucking fly. God damn it! I worked so hard. I just saw a fly. I hate flies. I'm neurotic about flies.
No
I
kidding,
feel you, bro.
Oh wow!
It's gonna be awkward. I'm gonna.
Man, I get them in my.
You're like
my waters. So I feel
you're
you.
like me and my wife with spiders.
I'm gonna
I have to open my garage door at my shop, and it's not up for a long period of time, but it's just enough for a fly to get in there. And so I constantly have at least one nagging fly flying around me in the daytime. It's so annoying. And they're so like they come straight to the source that's going to kill them. Like I'm the only thing in that whole place that's going to kill them, and they just keep coming to me.
You must smell them.
I could be. Well, I'm sure I do.
Don't they always flock to shit?
Last Dance said it, not me.
He didn't hear.
He waited till I walked away, thinking I wasn't going to hear it. Got the Bluetooth on.
I'm not repeating it.
Okay, chaps, I've just grokked it. My title was the most dangerous cities in the US, and it says one is St. Louis. And that is
number 2, Baltimore.
That's Democrat, and then there was Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh,
that's also Democrat. And Baltimore, Maryland. That's Democrat.
I got it, ass.
Michigan, Detroit.
Detroit?
The Democrat. That's number 4.
Terrible area.
I thought they all died off by now.
New Orleans.
Welcome back, buddy.
Democrat. That's number 5. Cleveland, Ohio, Democrat. Number 6. Birmingham, Alabama, Democrat. Number 7. Jackson, Mississippi. What's that? Is that Democrat? Democrat. And number 9, New Mexico, Democrat. So the top 10, Oakland, Democrat. Top 10 are Democrat. Well,
Philly's not in there. That's great.
That must be outdated, bro.
Really?
Smoke wife.
That's Grok's updated.
Well, they don't report crime here.
Dude, if Philly is not on that list, the cities must be bad.
Yeah. Well, also, do you believe in the stats that they're reporting in these cities too?
It's probably major crime per 100,000 is how.
Well, here's what you can't fake. You're right. A lot like DC has been, has reportedly been messing with their crime stats to make it seem better. But there's no way you're going to mess with murder. So the murder rate is honest.
Yeah, I mean, he said Jackson was in there. I know, like, one thing about Jackson. It was the song that Johnny and June Carter Cash sang.
Oh, yeah.
I know nothing about that place, yet it's ranked number 7, I think Walshman said. It just goes to show, there can be...
Yeah, let me give you the stats. Jackson, number 8. Homicide rate is 77 per 100,000. Highest in the US. Jackson, even though it's number 8, it has the highest homicide rate in the US. Mayor is, the name is unpronounceable, Democrat. Context, Jackson's homicide rate is 15 times higher than the national average.
I bet you there is no money for good policing there, and their gangs are obviously running rampant. That Southern gangland mentality, those guys will shoot up each other for nothing, dude.
Or there is money, the city decides to put the money in something else.
Yeah, to give a bit more context, it is a Republican-led state, but a Democrat mayor.
Yeah, that was Smoke Wife amended her complaint to say she meant cities in red states. Not sure why that
matters,
right?
Oh no, she said Trump wouldn't send the National Guard into red state cities.
Oh,
hi, how are you?
I mean, Boston its crime rate has gone down with violent crimes, but theft is up. Retail theft is way up through the roof. This homeless drag thing I was talking about earlier, all over the sidewalks, has gone crazy. Drug dealing is gone nuts. Fentanyl and all of that, man. I think some time ago, I remember Trump saying something about death penalty to large-scale fentanyl dealers. They've killed 2 of my cousins so far. I say hell yes, death penalty for these fuckers. Yeah. If they're selling this shit, killing people, ruining lives, ruining families. I mean, fuck them, man.
He also said that fentanyl is the biggest threat to American citizens, didn't he? So
I would disagree.
well, it's killing more American citizens than anything else.
Fentanyl?
Yeah, fentanyl.
Now, the people that are taking these
More-
fentanyl do. I'll stop.
I mean,
Never mind.
I know it's anecdotal, but Steve just said 2 of his cousins died from it,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I got
They
cousins.
willingly shot themselves up and killed themselves with it by their own choice.
Good
Sorry,
kid.
go ahead.
Cousin.
Aphin, look, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I got a second cousin. I think second. I don't know. My cousin's kid. So whatever that would be.
Sure.
Good kid,
nephew.
Good kid, good family. They tried and tried and tried, in and out of
No.
what do you call them? Where they treat you
Rehab.
Yeah.
Don't want to go.
He really
rehab.
tried with them. He was a good kid,
No.
it finally got him. They woke. They
My
woke up in the
question
morning and he was
is,
I thought I got it.
my question is, if somebody's looking for fentanyl to take, is it really should be on the? I know it should be on the dealer somewhat, but if they're looking for that kind of high and they die from it, is it really on them?
I mean, if it's flooded the market and it's everywhere, I think that the United States should be working hard to.
Well,
clean that
yes.
shit up.
Yes,
But when
absolutely.
it comes down to free choice, yes. I learned something today from a girl named Mouse that lives in West Virginia, and she said that Amazon and some other company are installing major facilities up there, and so many people are on meth that they have to import Mexicans to do the work because they can't get anyone from the local area to do the work. And I was like, are you kidding me?
What meth? They should be working hard then.
Well, they
So,
can't.
I mean,
Yeah,
It's like
except they
speed.
they fail the pitch test.
Yeah.
Right.
Background
I believe her. That's why I was astonished that there was even a situation like that in the United States of America.
Do you know where in West Virginia?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
Yeah, but sadly, that example you've just given for an employer is perfect in the sense that they just want people to turn up at a time and do their job and go and be reliable. So, as soon as you get some problems from like you said, the more local people, it makes perfect sense. If I was that employer, sadly, I'd go, yeah, I'd take the people who turn up every day and do the fucking job and don't argue.
They're deporting them all, Welshman. What do you do now?
Well, the thing is that Trump said that they will give work visas for companies and for industries that need that, and that was one of the things he said. He said,
So
if you
apparently there is no
self-deport,
problem because it sounds like corporations need them, so there's no real worry.
well, look, I'm not going to say it's not going to be without its problems, and it's going to catch a lot of people with their pants down when it comes to that, and it will cost the economy short term, localized. But I mean, you can't keep on doing what you're doing. I mean, I'm getting told that people are paying a lot more money for their gardens to be done now. They're paying a lot more money to get their labourers in. And why are they paying a lot more money? Because that's what they should be doing. All this cheap labor and cheap shit out the window. All these people, like in the UK, getting all these delivery companies, and we know that the vast majority of people delivering. The thing is, if you're from Iran or from Morocco or from Libya, and all of a sudden you've got a job to drive from A to B and you get fucking £4 for it, and yet in reality, for a native person, that would be like they're just the whole system just goes against the working class, because that other guy who's legit, he wouldn't take that job on. The price would stay up and it'll stay up, but no, it won't stay up because it goes to the lowest bidder in the sense that it will accept the job. So,
Right.
Well, that's the problem with uncontrolled immigration. Is it lowers wages.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so direct because they come in. This is literally what they do. They come in off a boat. Within days, they can be delivering your food to your house. Obviously, you're just using Google Maps, and of course they're taking jobs straight off other delivery guys that are doing legit.
But who's at fault?
It's as obvious as that. Well, it's a
Who's
lot
at
of
fault?
our faults for using those services because I believe they're contaminated now, and you should boycott them completely.
I think that corporations that are allowing such a low ball bid to be allowed it should be in a criminal act, because if the market is based off a certain standard, like if free market isn't supposed to have standards, I can understand it, but in the United States, every state has a minimum wage. So if you're allowing to go outside of that minimum wage cap or minimum whatever, to me that makes sense that that's a legal act and a criminal act.
Well, no,
Different rules for subcontractors too, bud.
Yeah, they're officially self-employed.
Right.
Yeah, so they're like a taxi service. A taxi, you don't get paid per hour. You get paid sort of how much
Subs
you
can
do.
charge whatever the subs want to charge. So if the subcontractor, like he's saying, is an immigrant who's happy to make $3 or $4 runs an hour, and he makes 10 to 12 bucks an hour, and he's happy. But like as he said, a British guy has to make 20 plus to keep his head above water.
But think of how do you pay for their fuel and maintenance and all that with $12 an hour?
They don't. They probably just scrape together some cash, and then the vehicle shits the bed, and that's it. But I think the amount of volume you guys have, there's always some scrub willing to fill the job,
But Steve, they got a different mindset. Say they're 25. Say that they want to earn money. They want to work. So all of a sudden, they're from Libya. They're earning like $5 a day or something, right? And now they come to the UK. They're earning maybe $20 an hour, technically. They're always taking the cheaper jobs. The enthusiasm's there because obviously this is a vast improvement from where they were last year. From the first 10 years of their working life, they're in their mid-20s now. All of a sudden, they can earn serious money. So they, like I said, on this very isolated scale, when it comes to delivery services, you can get a license really easy. You can buy one. People are selling them. People are hiring them. So these licenses are easily, faked. Whole situation is, and because they're taking the jobs and the enthusiasm's there, they're just like I said, the jobs will come in cheaper because this is an algorithm. This is an app. It will, it's going to play with it all, and basically, if there's a lot more takers, the prices will go down.
Well, I mean, if people are actually
and you can look at that as an isolated business, but actually you can look at it as the whole economy.
Right. If
mirrored.
the economy wants that standard, then no one's going to be looking for solutions.
Yes.
If they're looking for solutions, you can start to have certified accounts that are the only ones that are allowed to bid. You know what I mean?
Well, facial recognition will solve it. See, everyone talks about facial recognition about all other stuff, but actually, if all these Uber Eats people, when they take a job on, they've got to do a facial on their face. So otherwise, what people do is they set up an account, and they allow that account to be used by someone else, and they charge them accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's happening here, and it's very predominant in house construction of additions, and some new house construction here. Very often, a lot of the framing crews and some of the Finnish guys are, not English speaking. And, I don't know what they charge per hour, but a Finnish carpenter, I know what a good Finnish carpenter charges is like 50 to 70 bucks an hour. $400 to $600 a day, usually. And that's just his labor. So
is that it? Really? A good one?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty standard.
40, did you say 40 to 70?
Yeah. No, it's more like 50 to 70.
And like I said, if you're surprised, obviously if there's less people applying for those and giving low quotes, which obviously illegals will be giving low quotes, then it wouldn't be that price in a year's time or 18 months' time. It'd be 20, 30% more, 40% more.
Right. So that would be aphid if like a guy was working for another guy, you might be getting paid out at 50 or 60 bucks an hour.
You're not talking like a really good, like if you were redoing your home and you want to pay somebody to do some work for like a week, some specialist or something, you're gonna have to pay them more than that, probably, right?
Yes, a specialist for sure. I'm talking like framers, outside guys,
just like your neighbor that's in the construction trade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the guys that are blowing out houses, framing them up, putting the exteriors and roofs on and sheathing, and then there might be one or two really good guys to do the interior work. But like,
to be fair,
that 50 to 70 bucks an hour is good money for framers, but the industry has been
Is it in Boston? Like at Boston, what's the cost of I was thinking it would probably be expensive to live there.
Well, the median average for a house now is over $1 million in Boston.
Yeah, so that's not gonna go very far. 50,000.
Oh no, none of them live in Boston. They live. Some of them live in Roxbury, which is technically Boston, Dorchester. But there's Boston and there's Boston. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in Boston.
So we've got a problem with Mohammedans delivering our food, and you've got a problem with Juan the leaf blower. Yeah. But the problem is it's a self-inflicted problem because you like the cheap quotes Juan the leaf blower gives you.
Yeah, I don't think we have a pervasive problem as is viewed by the current administration. I think we have a problem, but I don't think it's. I don't think they're taking the right route, to tell you the truth, in our country. I think they're going a little too overboard, to be frank. That's just my opinion. I know you feel otherwise, Last Dance.
What do you mean with the deportations? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do feel like there should be some sort of a clemency or a leniency board that'll maybe looks at long-term people who've been here for a long period of time, who've been contributing to society, who've done nothing illegally, been rearing a family, to allow them to continue with that. I don't think they're detracting from the economy. I think anybody who is hammering the economy, like taken from the dole, public assistance, all of that shit, if they're illegal, or if they're even earning money without paying taxes, I think. But if they're doing everything by the books, and they have been for a fairly long time, I don't have a problem with them having some sort of a system to allow for them a chance, at least a chance.
Okay, so you telling me there's not a system in place that someone, for example, has not contacted the authorities, but has been in lawful employment for a number time, and has sort of got settled down. Are you saying there's no system in place in the US that at this stage, if they contacted the authorities, which is the big if, first, rather than being spooked, being jumped, like, if you know what I mean?
If they contacted them first, they would be told to self-deport under the current administration.
Or just arrested.
Or just arrested. They'd give them two chances. Self-deport, but if we get there first, you're fucking arrested. And then we deport you. So, yeah. All I'm saying is I think there should be a third option.
There's no other way. There's no other way at the moment.
Well, or you just you could just fix the bleedings, secure the border, and the ones that are getting over after that point, do the best you can to send them all back, but maybe have some more leniency towards the ones that were already in here and are contributing to society.
The only other thing based is to declare asylum.
Right.
That's particular word is the one I have the biggest problem with all along. And there's this when people say asylum, all of a sudden lights go and asylum. Oh, they get in. I'll give you a fucking break with that. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
99% of them aren't like asylum seekers, but
That's
well,
correct.
Learn one word when you get to the U.S. If you can say that one word, then you have your best chance of getting it.
Steve, I'll have to try and find this video. It's a great one where a citizen journalist is asking a locally arrived doctor and engineer from a hotel in the UK, and he explains that he's claiming asylum because he's gay, and so the woman's going, oh yeah, the woman's going. And then, like 2 minutes later, she's got him talking all this different stuff. And she goes, well, what next? She goes, well, I'm going to get my wife and 2 kids here. and then she said, well, I thought you were gay. And he just walked off. And it's just like, you could time this out. Because the old gay one, it's a classic one. It's basically they green lighted in.
What?
But of course, he couldn't even remember what he said 2 minutes earlier.
That's classic.
I think
Hey, wait, who was that? Did I hear a woman?
Yeah, Sarita's hanging out. She gave me a, can't really see it.
Hi, Sarita.
Candy bar from Australia, but it's all melted. It's like it.
Oh, it's still the same food. Melted.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarita. How was your trip?
I'm
That's
glad
good.
she came back. I'm lucky she came back.
Which one?
I don't know. You brought back a candy bar. Sounds great. You don't have to go into details. Welcome back.
No, actually, I recently put in an order on this Aussie gift baskety type website where you can get snacks and stuff.
Melted snacks.
Yeah, but it sat in this warehouse. Like, it should have been delivered the next day, but it sat there for a week, and I don't think it was in aircon because I brought back a huge box of like chocolate and stuff when I actually went to Australia, and that came back totally fine.
I got
This
you.
one, everything was just shot.
So a little bit of a local climate question. Your hottest day that you've experienced here in the States or your hottest day in Australia, which was hotter?
Australia.
Yeah.
In your life, Australia, you see, it felt hotter. Even though I know where you guys are, it gets up in the high 90s.
It's been brutal this year.
Australia is still hotter?
Hang on.
I think it's a different type of heat. Australia.
Dry heat, they call it.
I like dry
He
heat.
doesn't know what that fucking means, dry heat.
It means low humidity. It's
Zero humidity, yeah.
pretty nice.
Yeah. So I don't know what this is in Fahrenheit, but I remember being in Melbourne, and it was like between 45 and 50 degrees for like a whole week or two.
It's well over 100.
That's high.
Let's see.
That's 113. Yeah, you're
113 to 120, I suppose.
Why do you Americans use things like that just to confuse everything? I mean, you copy the British with everything, and then.
Well, that's where our Fahrenheit comes from. You gave it to us.
You guys give your
we give it up. We went to Celsius.
Well, why you copy the euros?
Well,
You should
how are
have
you going
kept
to know
your,
what
your
temperature books are
Fahrenheit.
You give your weight in stones and you
451.
measure horses with
Yeah, that's
hands.
in
I mean,
Fahrenheit.
who are you to talk? Come on. You fucking got all kinds of weird things over
0
there.
to 100 makes sense.
You gave up your imperial units. I think you should be ashamed.
Oh, farms, dude, gross, bro.
Blueberry. Not blueberry. Yeah, 70-degree Fahrenheit. That's probably my wife's favorite temperature. My favorite is more in the mid to high 80s. I like it hot.
I feel like we've had this discussion.
You'd love.
Rita's asking what blue waffles are. I told her don't look that up next to me.
Google it. Google image and search that.
Yeah, I feel like I've done this before.
Yeah, it's like as bad as some cup thing from some years ago.
I'm
Just
eating
don't go there.
chocolate, man.
Exactly.
I'm getting a little nauseous just with all this talk about it. So let's
chocolate.
Yeah,
move
so
on.
it's in that realm.
If you're lucky, it's got syrup coming out of it.
Oh damn!
No.
Trying to do as fast as I can.
You couldn't let it go, could you?
It almost sounded like you said scissorp, which is a different thing from syrup.
Oh God!
Have you ever had scissorp? Anybody?
No.
Is that what I feel like that's what the kids in the city call their mixture of Kool-Aid and cough syrup.
Codeine. It's got to be the Tylenol with codeine mixed with. And who was it? Was it Little Wheezy? Little Wayne was addicted to that shit, dude, or somebody? I can't
don't know.
I think it was Lil
How
Wayne.
about, Purple Drank.
Wow, look at you.
That's
Well, you remember who was addicted to that?
I want that purple stuff.
Dave Chappelle.
Actually, I forgot his name, so I don't remember. But I know I could describe him. He was the Oakland Raiders' first-round draft pick quarterback. His name started with a J, I think. Jamarcus? Was that it? Russell?
Yeah. I mean, you named somebody that exists. I recognize that.
All right. Let me look.
Oh, sorry, I thought you offered me
What is it?
something. You just wanted some.
Was it the guy who stole the crab legs and stuck them in his pants at the University of Florida? Or that might have been Jameis Winston.
Jamarcus Russell played 3 seasons. Let's see. Russell was arrested for being in possession of codeine syrup without a valid prescription.
Oh,
Rumors of, quote, purple drank used by Russell had been noted by local journalists for some time during his tenure with the Raiders.
Skittles. Yeah. Here we go. Eastwood's got a memory. Skittles and something else. Trayvon Martin was on. Oh, wow. Yeah, they soaked the hard Skittles.
Taste the rainbow, baby.
I kind of remember something.
I remember hearing
See the
something like
rainbow.
that, Eastwood. Brilliant. Very nice. Private chat's getting loaded up. What's that you put there? Is that more Red Heifer talk, R-dubs?
What, me? I don't see any.
No, in the private chat, you put an X link. Oh, I see. I got you. I just reread it. Okay, understood.
From like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago?
I thought I was doing shit
Yeah,
sober that I was blacking out on, man.
Yes, 2 hours ago. It's an
Possible.
8 o'clock thing.
Lead.
It's good we have 2 people steering the ship. That's all I'm saying.
There you go, cup of tea. It sounds like something Elon Musk would take for his smart drugs.
Yeah, lean is what I remember them calling it.
Lean.
I was
lean.
I started to say something when Sarita was talking about the hot melted chocolate. We went to a little taco joint and they didn't have it was the hottest day of the year. Well, we've had like 3 in a row now, but it was one of those, and they didn't have any AC in this joint. And it was like, it had to be, I swear to God, it had to be 120 plus inside this place. It was so hot. It was, you couldn't even breathe inside of it, but they had a thing of York peppermint patties with the checkout.
Oh no.
And I told my son, I'm like, it's got to be just pudding in there. So I touched it, and it had no
boiling.
give to it. It had no give to it whatsoever. It was just completely as melted as it could possibly be.
Gross.
That's funny. Reminds me when I was a kid at this store. It's called Cumberland Farms near a beach where I grew up. And I was looking at the Hostess cakes, and there was an big giant ice cream sandwich on the top shelf. And I was like, yo, to my buddy, Eddie Mack, check this out. And I knew it was going to be like soft. It looked pathetic. And I squished the shit out of it. And the dude at the counter, this old guy, was like, hey, I left that up there. I can't eat them when they're too hard. God damn it. What's your fucking problem? And I was like, holy shit, sorry, man. I didn't know. And he kicked us out of the store. It was like, I was so scared. I was a little kid. I was like on the verge of crying. I remember being like, fuck, man, what did I do? You know, like,
Yeah, sounds like he had anger management problems, bro. I wouldn't onboard that one.
no, I mean, it was funny as a kid. I reached up, squished the hell out of it. I like jumped when he screamed at me. I was like, holy shit.
Why did he have it out in the store area? What's
I
the
don't
matter
know.
with him?
It didn't make a lot of sense, but
'Cause
that's,
he had
I
such
guess he
bad
took
teeth.
it out of the cooler and put it up there to cool off.
Right. There you go.
It's probably how he
To warm
catches
up,
children.
cool off. What am I saying? To warm up, because it's
He
already
catches kids with that and puts them in the freezer and back for later
maybe.
consumption.
We didn't get to microwave our cheeseburgers,
Glad he
which was
skipped
the
out on that
highlight of that store. Was
People were like, haha, wait, that's probably true.
Let's see if you guys,
Exactly.
any of you did this. We would get a cheeseburger out of the freezer. It was in a cellophane wrapper. Put it in the microwave. You've read it, and it said press 5 on the corresponding microwave. You pressed 5 and stood there, and you took this microwave cheeseburger out. That was what we went there for. Sadly to say, we didn't get our cheeseburgers that day. But
Yeah.
do you remember those? Any of you guys?
Yeah.
Dude, they still sell those at Dollar General.
Okay.
We had a 7-Eleven. When I grew up, we had this one. We always had skateboard ramps in kids' backyards, but they would only last for like a week, and then the parents would realize what they got themselves into, and they'd be like, "No, you got to take this out of our backyard," because it would be dozens of kids hanging out at all hours of the day, skateboarding on the ramp. But the one that it stayed the longest at, there was a 7-Eleven there. And we lived off of just those burgers. I feel like there was like a pork sandwich one.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was the burritos, and the 7-Eleven, it was all just numbers, and you would push the number for whatever item that you had.
The number.
But
I
we lived
liked
off
the
of
pork sandwich was dank. The burritos I hated.
Yeah, the pork
like they
sandwich.
were-
Yeah.
The burritos
I
were
vaguely, I
you'd
remember
have a frozen spot on one hand on the burrito, and
Yeah.
the other end would be like a fucking
But like
volcano. It was so hot.
80% of it, 80% of it was better than the pork and the cheeseburger, in my opinion.
Possibly, but I'm a white guy. I like the things in a bun more.
Last Dance is
Yeah.
appreciating all the stuff he did not try right now.
The bun was so chewy though. It was not like a fresh. After you
I don't know.
microwaved it, it was not a fresh bun.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember when McDonald's deep fried their apple pies.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Yeah.
So they deep fry this pie and then they put it out, and the outside would cool a little bit, and then they'd sell it, and you'd say, "Oh, this isn't too bad." You'd take a bite, and inside was lava.
Yeah.
I mean, 3rd-degree burns, and if you were stupid enough to just like huck it down, then you burned your esophagus.
No, see, the smart people ate that first so that the rest of the McDonald's meal tasted better.
Good news. Now they bake them, and they're not.
Remember they had those big bubbles. Sometimes they'd be like almost the size of a pea on the outside.
Yes,
and you could break them. Oh, those were so good back then.
Yeah, I worked at a McDonald's
Dude,
with 16.
I finally met
we
someone
deep-
else that likes the bubbles on food.
We deep fried the pies then. So
Yeah.
Oh, that or like the pizza, like in the oven, they have the big bubble of cheese. Yeah.
it's quite a experience working there. And I
Good old
get,
days.
I did get worse acne. I did the grease from working in
bet,
front
dude.
of that grill and fryer covers your face and clogs your pores, man.
Literally.
It's gross.
You consumed your food through the skin.
Oh, we consumed a lot.
I remember when we got our first licenses, my friends, we upgraded from that nasty pork sandwich, the nasty cheeseburger, the nasty burrito from the convenience store. We upgraded to bean burritos from Taco Bell and 2 tacos from Jack in the Box. Because they were both the bean burrito, I think, was 79 cents, if I remember right. And then the 2 tacos were $1. For a long time, those 2 tacos were $1 too.
It probably was a lot better than 7-Eleven.
It was made, you know, at least you didn't compromise. Like the bun on those cheeseburgers was almost, yeah. Who did we lose? Somebody was there. Oh, Topple.
I think so. No, the only thing
The bun on those sandwiches was horrible after sitting in the microwave.
I always respected. The only thing that we ever did nefariously was somebody asked for extra mayo on fucking fish fillet, and it was a cock and gun, and we put an obscene amount of mayo on this thing.
I want 2 clicks of mayo, bitch.
And this guy, we could see him. We were watching through the grill. You could look out through the little thing where you slide the burgers down. Shit was dripping off the damn sandwich, and the dude walked by and he's like,
my life.
"Yeah, best one ever, guys, best one ever."
Somebody drive me to the hospital.
You made his day.
He was an older guy, you know, like we would call them the black coffee crew. The guys would come in and get a cup of coffee at McDonald's, then they would walk up with the empty cup and be like, "Refill, please," and we'd be like, "We do that? I mean, okay, sir, here you go, I guess." Like, and then keep coming back for refills like it was a fucking restaurant. But we didn't know any better. So, and like nobody really drank the coffee unless they were like 80. So it was like, yeah, all right, finish the pot. We don't care, whatever, man.
Dude, what confused me, I worked as a line cook when the no carb diet started to be popular, and so people would come and be like, and our food that we served is like fucking trash, right? Like bun and piece of meat, and so they'd come and like, yeah, we want the fish sandwich with no bun, we want it, you know, like low carb. And I'm like, well, what the fuck I can just give you this fillet of fish in a styrofoam pot, but that's depressing.
That's what they wanted, right?
I loaded. I didn't understand, so I loaded it up with onions and all the stuff to make it like a little salad. I totally broke the rules of the place, but
did you give him a fork too?
I don't know. That was the ladies in the front job. I was there. Hopefully.
I used to work on a burger van. They used to order like say half-pound Texas burger. It was called. So it was 2 quarter-pounders, bacon and egg, and. And if you want a bit of lettuce, we'll chuck a bit of lettuce on top. But basically, they would have chips, and then they would look in the fridge and they go, "Oh, you got no Diet Coke?" And we're like, "No, we're not Diet Coke." "Oh no, got no Diet Coke. I got no Diet Coke." It's like you've got 3,000 calories there, and I'm just fucking wind your neck in. It's the Diet Coke ain't gonna do you any favors at this point.
I don't know if it's like this. I don't know if it's like this over there because I've never been over there. But over here, we get sodas in these styrofoam containers with a straw on the top that are like literally this big.
Yeah.
And they're this big around. And all the time I see people filling up with Diet Coke in those things. And it's the same thing. It's like, really?
Yeah.
A gallon of Diet Coke?
I can't stand diet anything.
Diet.
Diet sucks.
My son does the diet. He's like, he loves the diet.
If I'm not going to have sugar, I'll have water.
No, the best order of anything from any place for a drink at like with big cups like that, if they have it, is unsweetened iced tea, 0 calories, has a little flavor.
It tastes like compost water.
Doesn't?
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh,
little bit of caffeine.
It is compost.
It's literally compost tea. It's like, it tastes like the tannin that like they made, like, you know, when you brew tea, for any connoisseurs of tea out there, you brew to tea for a very short period of time and then you pull the bag out. If you leave it in there too long, it releases tannins and stuff that gives it an acrid taste. To me, like unsweetened. Oh my god! All right, well, that's definitely your cup of tea.
That reminds me, I got a question to ask. Last Dance. This came up. I was thinking the other day. If there was a fresh roadkill, would you eat any of it?
Why would I eat fresh roadkill?
Would you? It's already dead. It wasn't killed by butcher. You know, intended to eat purposes.
You mean would that be consistent with my principles?
Yes,
yeah, of course it would be.
You would eat it?
No, I hate it. I mean, I wouldn't be against it.
You're not like if you had a, let's say you had a partner that was like, okay, I'll try it. You know, it's been a while since I had squirrel. You know, and
Yeah.
they ate the squirrel, but it was fresh. It was killed that way.
Put a bit of a squish on the bobby.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
You
totally,
wouldn't kick him out of your club.
it's totally fair game.
Okay.
So I think this is true, but in the UK, you can eat roadkill as long as you're not the car that killed the animal.
Oh,
you need
interesting.
to
Technicality, because he's going to be running over stuff on purpose.
Yeah,
I know. That's what I was thinking. Last dance is gonna be sitting on the side of the road. Now that I put that in his mind, he's gonna be like,
drop off.
Oh
I can see you doing that, Aphid. I can totally see you.
I would.
Veering
If I was a
to the beer.
if I was a vegan for those reasons, you bet I would be looking.
Yeah.
I would check everything on the side of the road.
Aphid, why do you have a bull bar on your Honda? Oh,
Yeah. So in the UK, they want you to commit a conspiracy now. So you've got a man in front aiming for animals, and you behind picking them up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
do me a solid. Do me a solid. Go hit that cow over there.
No, that's there. Now
It's
you're
been
getting
a
in
while
trouble.
since I've had a burger,
Bro.
Man, that's a lot of work.
You better have a big ass vehicle.
Starting out with getting a new car after you.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
stealing your car.
when you're swinging back around, hit that pin because a slice of bacon would sound great on top.
Well, but I seen what a sheep did. The sheep did to my mate's car, and he was going to the Gower at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is a very nice part of Wales. But the sheep like to lay on the road. So the reasons for that, you got to ask the sheep.
Suicide.
But they go to sleep on the road and stuff. This is not an uncommon thing, and it's open fields when you get to like the coast. And anyway, yeah, he turned up in the morning and he didn't say nothing. He told us in the morning he went over a sheep. He said the sheep never got up. He just fucking mowed it. And
that's why they're called rams.
The shit that was under his car was fucking. I was just there was chop sauce all around the exhaust. You could smell it when he was driving. You know, it was a fucking massive mess.
The lanolin that's on sheep, man, that's definitely stinky stuff.
Oh yeah, it had to be all like cleaned out because it was all stuck underneath.
Yeah, dude. And it's oil that really hard to. It's literally used for waterproofing stuff, so it's hard to get off.
And of course, it's all over the exhaust and shit like that.
Oh yeah,
so it's burning.
Sounds like burning hair.
It was like, you know, we were all intrigued, but when we looked at it, it was like, nah, man, fucked up all his radiator all got fucking hit back, and he had to like reattach the hose and use like zip ties and all that to try and make do to get home.
That make do probably still lasted. He's probably hasn't upgraded that.
Yeah, replace the zip ties with stainless steel hose clamps, and that shit'll last forever.
We use the fence mending. It's like it's a piece of metal that's got loops on the end, and like you
I know this sort of
around
thing.
and then spin it. That's what we use.
Sort of a wire tie.
Yeah, hose clamps would be like a major upgrade. That's fancy shit right there.
But like I said, if the sheep had got up, he said it, you know, it would have been like a really serious, you know, because it would have fucking damaged his car really badly, and he could have like got taken off the road. But he said it was. He just like rolled over the whole fucking thing. Like,
I'm not sure how many people here have seen a cow up, and I know it sounds stupid and we're older. I hope to appreciate the size of a cow when you're standing next to it is not something the city folk probably can appreciate. Like, a cow can kill you, like literally just crush your ass,
just roll over.
Yeah, or knock you with its head and just break you in half. Like it's humbling.
So it's not unknown in the UK for a cow to fall on a car, and what the cow's done is fallen up the fields, and the field's higher than the road, and it'll just roll out.
Roll down the hill and kill a car, crush a car.
Yeah, it'll just hit a car, like just roll. It'll roll out the
You have to have
field.
signs for that shit. That must be an awesome sign.
Yeah. Also, cars tend to be smaller in the UK than in the US.
Yeah, those little Yugos that they drive and those fucking gremlins or whatever the fuck they are tiny. They're not cow-proof.
Great fuel
Yeah.
mileage until a cow rolls over.
Nothing's. To be fair, like Steve, nothing's cow-proof. But like, you're on about compact cars, aren't you? Small cars.
That would definitely be a
Small cars,
compact
yeah.
car.
I mean, an F-350 Super Duty ain't gonna give to no cow, no matter how big that shit is.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of crumple zone.
But they hide in the corners, see, to get shelter. So when it's bad weather, like this is how they normally would end up on the roads, because the field's
I
like
mean,
5-6 foot high.
They hide as much as a 2,000-pound animal can hide. But yeah, I hear you.
I had a friend that this had been in the late 1970s, and he and some other guys went
Cow
up
tipping?
No, I'm not done. Let me get there.
Sorry.
They went up to Wisconsin to drink. This
Oh.
was a thing. I guess Wisconsin, the drinking age might have been 18. He wasn't 18. But anyway, he went with other people who were 18, and they went up to Wisconsin from Chicago and got drunk, and then came back. He was driving a big ass car, like a Buick Electra or something, and they were, flying through the rural roads, through a misty, cloud covered, road, and suddenly a cow appeared in front of them, and he hit it like full speed. And I asked him what it was like. They were all fine. He said there were cow guts everywhere, everywhere, all over the car, all over the road, all over the side. It was the grossest thing he'd ever seen.
Yeah. Those plows they have on the front of trains that go through pastures, that must be one hell of a scene after it pushes a cow off the track.
Yeah,
I've seen cows hit trains. It's not a great look. They
Was
do
there a
just punt
plow?
off. They do just like punt off but explode.
Right.
So there's a plow on the front of that one or not?
No, not on the ones I've seen.
The cow catcher's angled, right? So when it hits the cow, it goes to the left or the right.
As long as it doesn't hit in the middle.
As long as it doesn't stay on the tracks.
Yeah, I mean, I took a train across the country when I was younger, and the amount of dead cattle you see on either side of the track, I must have seen 15, 20 in one trip, one way. And at one point, we went past the largest largest beef cattle farm in the country through the middle.
Before Amtrak went through.
Yeah, it was crazy. But most of the dead cattle we saw more out west, like Arizona, Colorado, that area.
What's probably bad is those tracks actually create a space for moisture to trap so that it'll grow plants and weeds more. So it's probably like a magnet for cows out in the west.
Right.
Well, there's footage I've seen online where there's sheep going down a road, and a lorry takes out the whole fucking flock, and it's all like bottlenecked into like a bridge or like a little area. So it's a bit of a bottleneck. It's hideous. It's quite old. It's about 10 years old, this clip, and that's all you see and hear. It's literally this lorry just plowing. It doesn't break. It just takes out.
Go to work.
Everything. What's that?
Like, if you did that, if that was you, would you just drive right to work and just continue the rest of the day, or would you be like, I'm done?
Well, this guy did, and I gotta say that the footage is quite horrific. Really, this sheep just like in all sorts of state. But there's fucking dozens of them just slayed across the road, and the guy's going crazy. Obviously, the shepherd.
One of them is in the passenger seat next to him when he's done with the whole event.
Yeah, I mean,
and they get married.
Sounds like negligence on the truck driver's part to me.
Yeah. I can bring the footage up, but it might get the stream taken down.
Yeah, we don't need it. I can imagine.
The Last Dance is already horrified enough. We don't need to bring the video evidence.
He never broke. He never broke. There was no brake lights going on. Like fucking.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wow, monsters.
Okay.
Oh, Sarita's disgusted at our conversation. And
Not
now she's
really. I
leaving.
don't care.
No,
I'm
she's
just
leaving.
going to bed now. Bye.
That's all right. Have a nice night. Good night.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
What a
Big
nice wife.
I'll try and find that clip.
Anything else you fellers wanted to cover from the last week or so? Where's JD Vance on vacation? Is he getting shit over in Europe?
He's in England in the Cotswolds.
Are they hating on him? They hating on JD. They're hating on his A.
Some are loving. I'm sure there's a mixture as there is anywhere.
What do you think about that when someone goes on vacation to a place like JD Vance did when he went to Vermont and you have people giving him shit, you know?
Yeah, people are assholes, and that's what
we can hear you watching the video, dude.
But do you think, Last Dance, that he invites that by being a public figure, that it's going to happen and you got to accept it? Or is it the fault of the people, or is it the reality of life?
I think it's both. I really do. I think people should be polite and not harass public figures, even whether they're politicians or somebody else. But people are also opinionated, and
no, I disagree.
Okay.
Would you admit that it's hard for you to put yourself or plant yourself into this person's shoes to see how they feel about him? And
no, I don't think that. I mean, if I were to see, I have people who I don't like politically. I like Biden, but if I were to encounter him in a setting that's, like he's vacationing or he's
an
going
ice
to
cream shop, say
an ice cream shop would be more likely. I would be nothing but polite.
If you asked him if there was any good veggie options or like non-dairy, and he said, what kind of an idiot would want that sort of thing? What would you say back to him?
I would say, well, I guess you make a good point, Mr. President.
Wow, you're so polite.
Wow, dude.
He's the president. Give him. I actually would not be tempted to talk to Biden in his present state because I'd be afraid he would respond for an hour about, corn pop. And
you think that the authenticity would be questionable because of his mental state? You think it might be?
Yeah, and I'd also have to not avoid laughing at him when he's going on about corn pop because I need to be polite.
Interesting, man. All right, yeah. Well,
that's what life. Even the Democratic Party's policies hurt many people. When you tax people and take money out of their hands, that hurts them, and it's not. It might not be as obvious, but it does.
What does it mean? Push through. What is the push through?
She's justifying, progressive rage and rudeness.
Okay.
So what she says is, I'll read it word for word, verbatim. If you push through and support policies that hurt so many people, you should expect protests.
Okay.
No, it's not really.
Does anyone want to name what she's particularly talking about? Or
I
you
would have
can
to
yourself,
speculate that is talking about the cuts to welfare. Other than that, I'm not sure.
Well, it's a good sequitur to them saying that you shouldn't be able to buy sugary drinks with your SNAP program card. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, if you're giving families money to survive and they're buying shit, I guess that's their choice.
Yeah, it would be libertarian to say just give them cash and let them do what they want. So I'm going to break from my libertarian roots.
What?
And say that's yes. Say that is not a good plan. If I am giving money to somebody for ostensibly because they need it, they desperately need it and they can't get it any other way, then I want that money to be effective. And I don't want to give money for new food when someone uses it for sugary soda, because that's not food. Unless you're a farmer working all day long in the fields, that's just calories.
There's like desserts and stuff as well in North Carolina that you can't buy with EBT or what it's called here, food, whatever.
Right.
They'll have little stickers on it, and it's like, this is approved, and if it doesn't have that sticker, then you can't buy it. So to me, the understanding is if you're not actually buying food that's caloric intake for survival, you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I mean,
because people that aren't on food stamps are doing the same thing. You can only buy that if you have above and beyond.
I mean, yeah, it sort of goes along. The principle behind WIC, the WIC program, Women, Infants, and Children, is to basically give them milk, I think eggs, maybe cheese, basic stuff like this.
Damn, the dairy industry won on that lobby.
Yeah.
But it's all, in a sense, somewhat healthy. I mean, if they're buying Wonder Bread, it's not
right. I mean,
great. But
Walmart white eggs, Walmart milk. There's quality differences and all that stuff.
Yeah, to be fair, when the Americans talk about bread, there are two things that don't go together: bread and Americans, a bit like cheese and Americans.
Well,
when you say Walmart eggs, RW, a Walmart egg is still better than a lot of the other shit you could get there.
Well, I'm just mean the difference. Like when you see an organic egg and you cook with it and you eat it, the difference between that egg and corporate white eggs.
Oh, Walmart sells organic food.
Yes, they do at a very different cost.
And someone tested their organic milk, and they discovered that there's some hormone that they can check for. I'm not sure of it, but
RBST or something, maybe
something like that cows only get when they eat grass in a field or something.
Okay.
And Walmart's milk did not have organic milk didn't have enough of that to have been truly organic milk.
Right. So yeah, they're giving them recombinant bovine growth serum. And
I don't know.
Secondary hormones that inflate them like a balloon.
Whatever fills up that bottle faster, buddy.
Well, yeah, because it takes a lot of years to grow a cow from grass and water to
I disagree.
production.
I disagree.
Well,
the difference.
I mean, relatively speaking to the amount of time they can do it artificially.
I think the biggest difference is the milk volume.
6 gallons to like 1.
I don't know what the difference is, but to have them be able to produce much larger yields, they're messing with the intake.
So which one of the panels have had raw milk? Because we're talking about milk all the time.
I've had raw cheese, which it's hard to come by, and that is some good shit.
I can't come across it.
So in America, I believe, and in the UK, there's big restrictions on unpasteurized milk.
Correct.
In fact, last year when I went to this festival, we could buy it. This year, we could only receive it as a gift.
You can't buy it, correct? Even here, I believe it's only Amish country you can get it, and I don't know how.
Yeah, and basically, there was a donation box that wasn't labeled as a donation box, but they'd give you a glass of milk, and it'd be customary to drop something in it. It's bonkers. But the Amish went against the Democrats in the election, I believe, is because they got stung on the milk and shit. That's how they got stung. The Democrats went after them.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go after someone's way of life that's been the same for hundreds of years,
yeah,
what are you expecting?
I believe they were selling to the open market, and they had their own sort of like farm shop set up or whatever.
All I've seen is a sign. I don't know if they can sell to the open markets anymore, but they have a sign that says that they have it. But I don't know if you can just go and simply buy it, or if it's some.
Yeah, I think what it was the Amish had like these farm shops set up per se, so they had other stuff for sale. And the Democrats went after them bad for it. They went after them like you know what councils are like. They picked on the people.
Right. There's two markets. There's pretend Amish markets, like it has McHutchinson and all these brands that like are made to look like they're legit, and then there's like legit Amish market.
Well, these were the legit ones because they ended up voting for Trump, and they voted for Trump like the Muslims vote for Labour in the UK. They just all voted Trump.
Amish, as our discussion was earlier, the Amish are Nobel Peace Prize winners. The whole lot of them.
For the Katrina?
No, I think it was much earlier than that.
Okay, because they definitely kept up that effort with Katrina, so good for them.
Like in the 40s and 50s they won it.
I can't remember where it was, but something happened a year ago in America, and someone was praising the Amish. They're still at the disaster scene now, rebuilding. Still.
Yeah, in North Carolina.
Can't remember where it was exactly, but emotionally, but like you said, they're miles away from home, and they're still a year later doing disaster relief work. And you know how they work. Fucking hell.
Yeah, where that terrible flooding was, where those kids died in Texas, I know a lot of those teams that are like searching for bodies and stuff are Amish, and some of them are just Christians. Some of them are just, they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart with private funding, but like it is tough work, bro. Tough work.
Many Muslims doing it.
I don't know.
Amish.
But these people are literally just, they got a little coverage. That's how I know about them, but they're just doing it for no recognition at all. It's an admirable thing, you know. They're using rudimentary techniques in some of these areas that were so badly flooded. They have to use long, like, sticks to prod down through the washout, the debris and shit, and then they have to like smell or use a dog to smell like the air that comes up through the hole that they poke to see if there could be remains in that area, like, because some of these things might have 6, 8, 10 feet of debris built up on them on the shoreline, and that's just how they have to go about their business to find these people.
Sometimes that debris is toxic sludge.
Did they ever get a final death toll on those campers in Texas?
It's a good question.
Good question, yeah.
RW, are you flying through to find the answer?
There were so many missing.
What is the name of the storm? You guys remember, or where in Texas?
No idea. We're already on to Alaska. This has practically left the ethos, so we're just like revisiting something from 3 weeks ago. Holy shit!
27.
No.
27.
More than 27?
No, there was more. There was more than that. There was over 100 at the beginning. That's the wrong thing.
Need more time.
Could be 27 from that one camp.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was.
What were you saying, Last Dance?
Yeah, it was. I'm more interested in the one camp. I know that people, die in other floods.
I believe 27 was the camp. So
okay.
120. This is July 10th, though. Death toll from Texas floods is now 120 and counting.
Bottle cap always vigilant.
Yeah,
buddy. 138.
138. Camp Mystic. That's what I'm thinking of.
Terrible.
That was horrible.
Bunch of little girls, man. I'm a girl dad, so that shit it hits home for everybody who's a human being, not just me. But damn,
and left-wing political commentator Destinies. Did you see the what he said about that?
I could guess. He said it was Republicans causing global warming. Is that what he said?
No, what he said was that the reason why they didn't know is because they didn't have NordVPN because of the porn block in the state. And if you use Destiny,
One hell of an angle, bro.
If you use code Destiny, you'll get 20% off your NordVPN.
Oh man,
Barf, dude, barf.
Yeah, he done that. He done that within like 12 hours.
what an asshole!
Yeah.
So
he
Farms
is
was saying-
admirable, isn't he? For being such an asshole.
Yeah, he said they didn't know because they were locked out the internet or whatever. They didn't pay that Nord. It's fucking.
I think he plays that intentionally. He has to. Can he be that much of an asshole unintentionally? No.
Well, he said the guy that was shot when Trump was attempted assassination deserves to be shot because who he's supporting.
Right.
And he said if it was if it was his family member or friend, he'd say exactly the same thing. He never came from that.
We can be shocked by his words, but I wholeheartedly stand behind his right to say it. That's why our country is so great.
I stand behind my right to not watch his trash.
I wish while you said that, I pictured the American flag waving behind you.
Yeah.
The one that's made in China?
In all honesty, yeah, I think he's a prick, but I think he should continue to speak what he wants to speak and gain whatever people he wants as followers, and fuck it, man.
What's disgusting about the algorithm of the internet is that they tested algorithms and saw that negativity boosted numbers better, so they push algorithms for rage bait. And so Destiny is one of those characters that totally was more than happy to be the person that causes rage because it gives him relevance. And I don't stand for that shit. It really frustrates me because you're either a part of the solution or part of the problem. And anybody that's willing to sow chaos and discord is.
Well, I know you don't like
that. Sounds like that Candace Owens chick.
Yeah.
Well, I know you don't like the Andrew Wilson guy, but he's debated Destiny now on a number of occasions, and he fucking cooks him every time. Andrew Wilson will. He's ruined him on multiple times. Destiny.
Is that the guy that what's the guy that used to come on here? I can't think of his name.
There are four lights?
No, he has this RW was on his thing. Oh,
Drone Tech.
Come on, man.
Drone
yeah,
Tech.
Drone Tech. I feel so horrible for not remembering.
What are you fucking kidding me? He's your arch enemy.
I know, I couldn't think of his name, man.
Man, you're leapfrogging me, Aphid Lip.
But didn't he?
I'm thinking, what is this nebulous person? Fucking Drone Tech?
Didn't he debate him or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, Drone's activated Destiny. Yeah. Yeah, but
Drone Tech admitted you have to be well prepared to debate him because Destiny definitely does his homework and he'll shut you down pretty quick, you know.
So yeah, basically, no disrespect to Drone Tech, he's no Andrew Wilson. But yeah, you 100% got to do your homework to debate him, especially on January the 6th or anything like that. You've got to make sure that when he makes his points, that you either cross references to make sure that his points are correct. Because he'll make you look like a fool because he's got his buzz. He's got his buzz subjects and his buzz sort of questions and statements. And unless you're prepared, he'll make a fool of you.
I never. You guys talk about this guy. I've never once seen him or know anything about him.
I don't think.
I've never seen him either.
Publicity, like if all publicity is good, then we're adding to his shit. But
he was off the radar until Welshman mentioned him. I don't think he has any relevance left on the stage ever since he did make that comment about Trump.
Yeah, good because
my son said he heard of him and he was like, he's got a lot of followers or something. Like he gets views or whatever.
Did your I don't want to ask you. Forget it.
I trust your judgment.
All right. Yeah. Good. You brought it up, so I'll let you bring it only that up, and then we can go from there. Simple, right?
That's right.
The country's getting challenged in the chat, Welshman.
I don't know what's happening.
You poor bastard. They're saying
he said England.
They're saying, well, okay, there you go. You can default to the Welsh.
He probably meant the UK, though.
Yeah, basically saying that no one knows, or he doesn't know who your prime minister is, and that you're insignificant.
Who's saying that?
Farms.
East Wind. East Wind Farms.
EW.
Okay.
Most Americans. No, sorry.
Yeah,
That was harsh.
Americans in general.
That's harsh.
I mean, no disrespect to East Winds. It is called the International Pub for a reason, but it's quite typical that some Americans know nothing outside America.
Well, America owns the whole world, so we just go with that angle.
Well, that's it.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to.
That's
hard to worry about anybody else.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
that's right.
I know significantly less about the UK than you know about the US. I'll admit to you that, but I'm not blind to it. And part of the reason I do my research is just one reason is because I'm on here with Based Welshman. I know what he's passionate about. So in turn, I'm going to look into that. I see his tweets. I see people who follow him. And, like when you gather up the information that you get from just associating with people, you can gain knowledge. So I feel like I've gained more knowledge about the UK than most Americans. Most Americans are completely fucking clueless of how screwed you guys really are.
If CNN ain't talking about it, I don't know about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I know that's true for you. David Lip. Actually, I think you watch Fox and CNN.
But when you look into it, don't you see, Steve, or anyone else, that a lot of things what happen in America is mirrored in the UK?
Well, there's a front against it here. The winds of change are a blowing.
Right. Even you, Welshman, have stated that Trump was the exit ramp that America took, and you guys just kept on going.
Well, I think Based is right in that there's a lot of it goes back and forth, both from the right and the left, that ideas, whether they're good or bad, cross the Atlantic and come back, and you see a lot of similarity.
Yeah,
even, including bad stuff that gets passed around.
I mean, since Trump's come out, for example, on the trans thing, you can see a lot of bodies are now holding the line. They've pulled away from the woke agenda, and they're talking sense again and acting like they should act. Loads of sporting controlling bodies, and that must have something to do with Trump. Has to.
Yeah,
just for being Trump in power, like what's happened with the southern border. The only change was to the president and a different appetite.
He's no fool. He knows the subject matter that he needs to latch on to maintain and gain people. And, he might not have given a shit about this thing with athletics, but he knows that that's a hot button issue and he needs to lay into it, He's no moron. He knows what he needs to ascribe to here.
He's delivered the election promises in the sense of what the buzz subject, isn't he? He's delivered that.
Well, yeah, there was a calculation of this is what they want, this is what I'll promise, and this is what I'll do. And he has thus come through with what he said he would do. That's why all of these people on social media who are saying, is this what you voted for? They either are asking you yes, obviously, or no, I never did. But this is what you voted for because this is what he said he was going to do in most cases, you know? So he's just kind of holding his word, and I don't see a problem with it in that it's not a lie from what he promised, you know? People say maybe that the promise of they would remove only like the criminal illegals could have been a misstatement, but there's a certain ambiguity there in criminality because, of course, anybody who's here illegally is at least committing a misdemeanor, which is still a criminal offense. So, you know, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I'll say the
breaking
thing
the
that's
law.
going to hurt him in the midterms is that the economy doesn't seem like it's really changed much.
Things are getting pricier, I feel like.
I mean, hardware store definitely, grocery store definitely.
I'm out of here, chaps.
All right.
I'll see you, Paste.
Cheers, lads.
Good talking
Nice
to you,
one.
Based. Have a good week.
Bye, mate.
Oh, you're always a good addition, Based.
Peace.
I'm surprised he just fall asleep on the stream and chill the whole way out.
Yeah, he made it. He consciously went to bed tonight. That's a step up for Based.
What a man.
Probably not like me.
Riding it into the ground. Oh yeah.
Ride the window.
Oh, I had a story earlier when we were talking about crappy working at fast food experiences.
Can I grab a beer, 2 beers before you start?
I hope so.
All right, I'll get one too.
All right. Let it breathe. Yeah, oh, he's got one too. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
All right.
it. How's that tar brush treating you, buddy?
Well,
that's what it's called, tar brush.
No.
That's the marketing on it.
Oh.
And we're back.
So I might have told this story before, but it had to be a long time ago.
We're old enough here. It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about crap, you know, like Smokesteve said something about something bad he did at putting the mayo on the fish sandwich.
Yep.
Made me think of it.
Oh yeah.
And I used to I worked at pool halls, and there was a Jack in the Box by my house, and on the way to working at the pool hall, I would grab a couple crappy, you know, sandwiches and head on over. And
2 for $1 tacos. You just said that.
it was Jack in the Box, but it was the chicken sandwiches. I got 2 of them because I knew it was gonna be a long night. And the first one I ate, no problem, fine. The second one looked like it had a hole in the center of the bun.
Uh-oh.
And it looked perfect enough for somebody to stick their finger in it. And when I ordered the food, I sat there forever, and they never said, like, can I take your order? So I pulled around to the side of the building, and they're like, did you order something? And I'm like, no, I've been sitting back there, and I just thought I'd drive up here, and, you know, because it's been so long. And people kept coming from the back and looking out, like people that work there and stuff. So I kind of thought something might have been up, you know, because they were like, you know, like peeking in the little window, you know, where I'm giving them.
Mm-hmm.
And the second sandwich had that hole. So I lifted the bun up, and there was a perfect, there no doubt about it, booger on the top of my chicken sandwich.
What the hell's their problem? That's disgusting.
This was, you know, back in the early 90s. So there was some kind of incident that happened at Jack in the Box where a lot of people died. It was some kind of food poisoning or something.
Yeah,
it was during the stage, like they changed their name to Monterey Jacks for a while. I don't know if you guys are, you know, if you're up on your Jack in the Box
the serial killer.
I actually remember several incidents over many years with Jack in the Box. Like,
yeah,
there was one from the 1970s I vaguely remember, because there used to be Jack in the Boxes in Chicago, and then they were all gone.
They weren't there.
So what did you do about the snot on your burger?
Okay, so at the time I had this it was our spare vehicle that anybody in my family could use if something happened to their own vehicles. We didn't even keep it at our own house. It
It's like
sat
some
on this
redneck shit. Spare
Yeah,
vehicle.
every body panel was a different color. It was like nobody wanted to be in the possession of the Monte Carlo,
Uh-huh.
and it sat on this other guy's property, and we just would get it whenever we would need it, basically.
Jesus.
And it would just sit there. So I needed it because I had a Mazda RX-7 that caught fire in a gas station parking lot.
Yeah.
And it was a bad situation, so I had to put this thing to rest for a bit. And anyway, so I got the hand-me-down Monte Carlo, and it was beat up. And one time I was driving down the road at another Jack in the Box, and the hood just flew up straight. I couldn't see what I was driving. It was a mess. The horn would sometimes like stay on, and you couldn't get it off, so you had to go up, pop the hood, and yank the wires out of the horn so it would stop. And so anyway, in this Monte Carlo that I was driving around, along with many other items that shouldn't be sitting around in a car for that long, it sat in the back seat because I was convinced I was going to sue them for like millions of dollars because they were in so much trouble at the time. And I knew they could probably do some kind of blood test on the booger and find out
This was
that it
before
wasn't
DNA?
yeah, pre-DNA.
Should have froze that sucker.
They could prove that it came from the guy that was working that night.
Yeah.
I was convinced of this, but it sat back there for months. And I would tell people how much money I'm gonna make, brag and show them this chicken sandwich.
How old were you?
I was probably 19. I would say 18, 19.
Think about the
You're
interest.
talking like 1990.
Yeah, well, I graduated in 91, so like 92, 93 is when this would have been. And it rode around with me until finally one day I was cleaning the car out. It's been 6 months after the fact. This rotten booger infested chicken sandwich was sitting on my, back seat. And
Did it actually
threw it
rot
away.
or did it just petrify?
Well, I didn't open it back up because I instantly wrapped it back up because I was gonna go, because that's all we get here. I don't know if I'm sure every city is the same way, but in the daytime, all we get is like injury law firms and all these commercials for these law firms that are gonna make you. They told me I was only gonna get $10, but Brown and Crouppen got me $10 million.
Yep.
So in my head, I thought, I was just gonna go talk to one of these guys, and they were gonna, I would never have to work ever a day in my life again.
But you never did it.
No, and I ended up after months of it riding around with me, throwing it out.
If you'd have gone to one of those guys, they would have thrown your ass right out the door.
I'm sure they would have.
You're looking to make a lot of green. Check out the booger on this sandwich.
You need to actually have an injury in order to really sue. That's an important part of it.
Yeah, I know, but it seemed like the Jack in the Box. Like I said, I figured at the time, my 18-year-old self was convinced that they wouldn't want the bad press to go to.
You're probably right.
I was going to tell them I was going to go to the news because we have this. I'm sure every city is the same way. We have this guy that he's always uncovering the nitty
consumer guy.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
And I was going to talk to him and be like, this is outrageous,
Yeah.
Look what they did to me, and but it never happened.
Your consumer reporter Aaron Jones will
Mm-hmm.
tell you about an outrageous
event
that happened at a local man.
Yeah.
That was needed a Jack in the Box.
But it did my plan, like many others.
If you actually won that lawsuit, though, they'd probably have your face plastered at every fast food joint back in the kitchen.
But I was like, that's the price is worth to pay.
Serve with extra boogers.
But see, now you could win that lawsuit because DNA testing is cheap.
Yeah. I should have kept that sandwich. To this day, you could have convinced me I could have had it in a cabinet.
They probably don't have
in the back.
They probably don't have records of who worked for them back then.
On purpose.
Well, I always wondered, how long that stuff 7 years statute of limitations.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Probably.
On
that
a
was
rancid
Absolutely
sandwich?
for a tort. There's a statute
What?
of limitations.
There would be
It's
no
almost-
testing
it's-
involved because it would be too long. You have to do it. That's got to be a fresh booger, bro.
Yeah,
I know.
you're absolutely
It's
right.
almost impossible for this to make sense in my brain because it seems like it was like yesterday, but that was 34 years, 33, 34 years ago.
I have a
Crazy.
fast food
It's
story that I can share.
unbelievable. I
You're
see
old,
somebody
man.
who's 33, 34 years old, and they might not have been born when that incident happened. It seems like it was yesterday. It's unbelievable.
Are you guys connoisseurs
They
of the
would have
Wendy's?
been born then.
Well,
Are you guys?
That's okay. We'll just go. with it.
Connoisseurs of what?
Of when I know you're not Last Dance, but for the other guys, are you familiar with Wendy's singles with cheese? A Wendy's single with cheese?
Yeah,
Sure.
I know Wendy's.
Okay,
I
I
don't
don't eat fast food often at all. But on the way home from the Eastern Shore, me and my dad stopped at Wendy's. It was my first time there in like at least 5 years. And the burger is different. Like back in the day, 5 years ago, at least, there was a thin little burger, right? Just thin, a little square, thin piece of burger. Now it's like a fluffed up. It's not the same. Like they have filler in the beef now.
Really?
It's like
well,
full
it
thick
depends on
patty.
which one. It depends on which one you get because
Just the single
know,
with cheese.
the single with cheese like that burger might have changed, but they still have a thin crappy patty that they slap on. The lower end.
That's what I
You're
want,
talking
man.
about.
Don't cheat me with
Yeah,
whatever that filler burger is.
Well, next time, let me fill you in on something here.
I
I'm
think
never
what,
going
like,
back.
They
what
have
Abe was
they
talking
have this
about
thing.
is still filler.
They have this thing called the biggie bag, and you could get yourself that thin patty, and with a piece of bacon on it, and then you can get 4 chicken nuggets with it, some French fries, and a soda for $5.
That
I
thing is a
refuse.
piece of
I'm done,
crap.
dude.
It's a piece of crap, bro.
The experience was so bad. Like you can't tell someone an order like that's like one sandwich and a fry 10 times and they still can't figure it out. The
Well,
whole
I
experience
will
is just
tell
like we're done.
I will tell you that I've learned recently that if you order the stuff over the app and you plug everything in yourself, they give you more options. That you can add stuff that they don't give you when you just order at the drive-thru, and they hardly ever, when you order through the app and you tell them what you want to do with just checking a little box, your order is much more consistent than when you go through a drive-thru and just yell at them.
Yeah, I've
and
noticed.
tell them what you want.
I've noticed that too.
Have you seen the AI thing at Wendy's?
No.
No.
You go now to some Wendy's and you order, and it's a female voice that is
Hey,
AI,
Wendy.
and then it has voice identification and prints your order on the screen. It's not a person. The problem is, after everything you say, right away, like before you can even collect your thoughts, it says, "Would you like to add anything else to your order?" And then, like, the pressure's on, and you're looking across the menu. The menu's a little different now, so you can't see everything. So you kind of like ordering shit you don't even want, or forgetting
Would you
stuff.
like to play a game?
The robot is putting the pressure on. It's crazy, man.
I'd rather have AI.
Grow up,
than
they
whatever
all
else
have
you just said.
headsets on. They all fucking have headsets on, and you're like, "Well, were you
Those are
listening?"
NPCs though.
I don't know. Well,
It's
what's
an
that?
experience. The consumer experience in America is getting very unique.
Indeed.
I was opposed to the whole app ordering thing at the beginning, but I kind of like the app thing. Like you get a lot of better deals because unfortunately, we do make a lot of we all work together, my family, so I'm very fortunate in that way. But we eat lunch every day, so we and sometimes it's just convenient for a day or two out of the week to get some fast food thing, and the app ordering experience, they give you a lot of good deals that way.
But what's creepy
You
about,
definitely
I have
get
to
good,
turn it
better
off on
deals.
my phone. The Google Map stuff where it's like, hey, how was the Wendy's you just ate at? It's like, fucking stop watching me, But it's gonna go to that next step pretty soon where it's like, Hey, Aphid.
I don't get that. Like you're just saying, like
you like the regular?
Randomly, your Google is asking you how you enjoyed like experience.
Anytime I stop somewhere, it'll ask me
Google
how
will
I
do that.
enjoyed that.
Really?
experience.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
That's
I
got to
wonder
be
why.
in your settings, dude.
If you're on Google Maps, yeah, I think it might say do
Well, I
something
use
like
Google
that.
Maps a lot for
Yeah.
like finding restaurants and stuff like that. But
Well,
I
we're
don't get
traveling,
like Google
so it's
asking me.
part of the process. Plus, all the people with Google Maps that are open is giving live data that shows all the slowdowns and everything.
That's
So
helpful though.
It's
You don't like that?
it's
You
a
don't like
trade-off.
that? Like if I'm on the other side of town and I want to go home, I always open up Google because Google will like show you like if it's red in some area, and I'll be like, well,
Right.
we're gonna take this way, you know.
I think it's a trade-off with one of those things where it's like you're a point of data, you're the product, but you're also receiving something. But when they
Well, if it's
overstep
done
and they're,
for
like,
positive,
acting-
I don't have a problem with it. But
Well,
if they're
when I-
bothering you,
Like if I have Google Maps open and I pull into a gas station, it'll ask me, "Are you in a gas station? What's the price of gas?"
really,
Yes.
I've never had that. Never.
Well,
Are you
you're
using
like
an iPhone? Are you on
$72 a
a
gallon. Thank
iPhone,
you.
yeah.
Huh? Really? Wow.
I mean, I've enabled location for it, because
Maybe that's it. Maybe
well, you
that's
gotta. It's Google Maps. You gotta
Well,
allow
yeah, Google
location.
Maps. Yeah, I use Google Maps all the time. Yeah.
No, it's not
weird.
enable location. You did something else, dude. That shit ain't right.
There's a little box in the bottom left that says "Sell sold to corporate," and you click that box.
Well, if I'd have seen it, I would have
Yeah.
checked it, but I don't think I did.
I don't know
Maybe
because
you like
Google's
social
never asked
credit.
me. I don't think Google's ever asked me anything.
Me too.
So yeah, it
Maybe
must
they
be
don't want
some
your
kind of
opinion
setting or
because
something.
they
Maybe
know
you're
your
just not
spending
important
habits, and they're
enough.
like, we don't want to know what this guy
They
thinks.
could, yeah, I could be on the list. That's for sure.
Entirely
I
possible.
know I'm on some list.
The
You're on
brown
the cheapskate blacklist.
band.
Well, fellas,
That's very possible. As he takes a swig of.
Gee.
what are you thinking?
Just curious, what's the temps like in your guys' cities? Is it ungodly hot, like the devil's outside right now?
No,
It was humid, but not bad today.
80s.
Oh my god, it's been so
Oh,
miserable.
dude, it was
here.
89 today. Never mind.
I think it hit 100 today, and it hit 100 yesterday, maybe the day before.
80 right on the line, and I loved it today.
Oh, I can't wait
85
for it to
for the
cool
high.
off a little bit because we're still like in the just armpit of summer.
85, but very humid today.
It's beautiful here. I filmed these weird little creatures at the ocean. They were really trippy, man. But it was.
I like
amazing.
your little when you do a little
Yep.
show of your area.
I
So
have
he
to
can
go
track
find
you.
my phone. I don't know where that is.
I figured
You
out
can
where I figured out where you live.
I'm sure you guys did.
We
I-
triangulated the seal calls.
Actually, I didn't intend to, but I just saw someone who follows you on Facebook has I happen to know is your neighbor.
Don't leave breadcrumbs, Jesus.
They have their
Yeah,
their
American bread
location.
sucks.
They
I
give out too much information.
I expected that for you.
We just hacked your doorbell.
I only cared about getting to your house if you invite me.
Cool. So you won't have to worry about that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Actually,
All right, good. Well, we're good.
Well, I like it because I can kind of, know where you're talking about. When you refer to places or objects or whatnot, islands.
Sure.
Now I kind of know what you're talking about.
For non-creepy ass purposes.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's still people like that. It's refreshing.
There you go. Wife says it's beautiful on the deck right now. I'm sure it is.
wow, I didn't know you could. I didn't know you were that close. That's awesome, man. I wish I was that close to something cool, like either a mountain or some kind of. We're just flat here.
Well, we can hear the waves, but it's still a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, but still,
as the crow flies, it's
you're probably you might be able to smell the smells from there.
Yeah.
We smell them.
That means two things. One, it's quiet at night when the traffic dies down.
Yeah,
and you can hear the waves, which means it's a very peaceful environment.
I
mean,
like it in
statistically,
15 minutes too, 'cause it'll take me over 2 weeks.
from half of your way in one direction, there's no other sounds or light coming from.
Right. That's
yeah,
right.
and we get the squawking seagulls quite
That's
often,
cool.
which is a
That's
nice
cool, man.
sound to hear. I love that. It
For
reminds
sure.
me of anything nautical.
I'm looking into Outer Banks a little bit more, because next year, me and my wife will get another chance for an outing. We were both looking at that, like, we got to have some serious cojones to go out on that strip and just trust that nature's going to be nice, because
Route 12.
you're out there, bro. You're out there.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
found
Outer Banks was a beach. I didn't realize it was a strip of sand in the middle of the freaking ocean.
Yeah, it is wild. Wild.
It looks beautiful, but yeah, it's just definitely the anxiety kicked in when I looked it out. It's like,
yeah, I mean, pack a heater at all times down there. I don't know what kind of fucking serial killers are roaming around out in the flats of the Outer Banks, but it's really cool place.
I'm not worried about humans. I'm more worried about like tectonic shift or something, because we're not getting
oh
out
yeah,
of
if
there
there's a tidal wave, you ain't got nowhere to
Right.
run.
I have to make sure
You wake up in the morning and there's no way to the mainland.
or
You're
we're
stranded.
on the mainland.
All right, or you're in the water.
You'd have to carry an emergency boat to head west across like the marsh.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because like either way, north or south on Route 12, it's like hours and hours in each way to get off. It's crazy.
You can go south and off.
You can, but you got to grab a ferry down at Hatteras Township, down south of Hatteras Township. They'll take you across in a ferry across to South Carolina.
That actually might be cool.
Hell yeah, exactly. And that last strip down there, it's so deserted. There's a section of beach that's miles long that I don't think anybody goes to.
But when you go to the ferry, you're driving an asphalt road all the way to the ferry, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Last thing I want to do is take like an RV or something down there and be like, hey, oops.
Well, there's one section of road slightly north of Hatteras Township that floods out occasionally. If you get to that section and there's water there, you're going to have to wait.
Yeah.
I think it's literally like one football field from the ocean to the bay. And it's pretty low. They berm up the back of the sand dune to try to create like a barrier, but that washes out on occasion.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got some storms coming up this season. We'll see how it reworks that marshland. Because Assateague, I mean, if they come far enough north, it'll strip out all the sand in Assateague again. I know that.
Exactly. Such a cool area, though. Type of place. We rented a house down there at night. You're sitting up on the deck, and it's just pods of dolphins swimming by, and it's just so beautiful.
Do you remember how much you had to pay for that?
I'm gonna say it was around $5 for a week.
Okay.
But,
for how many people?
It was like, I'm going to say 12 to 13 people.
Oh. Okay.
If you break it down,
yeah,
it actually worked out. Everyone got a nice comfy bed. We all chipped in on groceries. It was all right, man.
Because I haven't done that, but my parents have done Anna Maria in Florida, and you can buy these massive mansions for a reasonable few thousand for that many people, and all of a sudden you're
where at
Anna Maria.
We did the same thing there.
Where's that at?
It's somewhere in the Keys, right? Or
no, it's not in the Keys. It's the west coast of Florida. It's not far from Sarasota.
Oh, I've been there.
Geography.
That's beautiful over on that side. Oh my God, the sunsets are
beat it
amazing.
up last season, though. I think a lot of that township was.
But you said that the prices were cheap for like having a nice place?
In comparison to the size of the places that they were showing me that they rented for the family to come down and enjoy time together. Huh. You just look at that and you're like, I just went to a hotel in freaking Philadelphia that cost, a tenth of that. You're like, whoa, what? So For the
Yeah,
rich
that's
people,
Sarasota.
you have cool stuff.
That Sarasota area is it's awesome. I love that part.
Very
of Florida.
nice. Yeah, we loved that Anna Maria Island. It was cool.
I've never been there.
Oh, that's
Beautiful.
yeah, Smoke Wife. It was off season. That is correct. But it's so beautiful down there. What is off season?
It was close to summer for us, so it was like May when we went, and it was hot as hell. But that was fine. The ocean was still swimmable. It wasn't like a hot tub, and fishing was great. Everything was great.
I'm not a big fan
I've been
of
there.
guys
I've been
that
there
are
all
fishing on
times
the
of the year.
beach.
You guys were both talking at the same time.
Go ahead, Aphid.
I just said I've been there all time. I've been there in the summer and the winter. It's awesome.
Nice.
Bradenton, Sarasota, that area, awesome. Love it.
Totally.
The guys that rock up for the beach that do the fishing. So I only know Assateague really for the guys and some in Australia, but they have their section, and most of them are pretty cool with it. They stay in their section, but other guys will start fishing like out of that section, and it's like people are going into the ocean in between these lines, and I've never been comfortable with that. I feel like it should be a bit more separate than that.
You have to know the laws of the state. A lot of the southern states favor fishermen more, and you just got to deal with that. Up here in Massachusetts, the swimmer has the right of way. It's just different from state to state, you know?
How many of those guys are losing their hooks, you know?
Yeah, well, it happens. You lose your hooks mostly from rocks, so people aren't usually swimming around heavily rocky areas. So I don't find that to ever be a problem.
Okay. I just figured that they're tossing them out. And I mean, most of the guys that are fishing over on the eastern shore, they are going after sand shark or something like that.
Sand shark?
Yeah.
That sounds like a rough fish to go after.
It's just for the fight, not to eat it.
Sand tiger or just sand?
I only know them as sand sharks. They're like the size, they're like 3 feet at the most, maybe. But when you catch them, man, they'll pull your line.
Yeah, I know the world record bluefish was caught down there in the Outer Banks at that Wild Bridge area when you're heading south on Route 12, where it's a huge inlet and it's a crazy bridge that goes over it. It's just super gorgeous.
They caught it off the bridge?
They caught it in the inlet. Now, you wouldn't fish that bridge. It's like 200 feet high. It's
that's a
an
good
arch
line.
bridge. People are fishing more the inlet either from the jetty or in boats. Beautiful.
I'll be getting back into fishing when my boys get a little bit older because they're already starting to show interest. So we'll see what happens.
Gotta do it, man. It's good shit. All right. Anybody else?
Well, guys, what do you think?
Yeah.
Anybody else have any subjects?
I can always tell right when it's getting ready to come.
Yeah.
I'm not honestly tired. I mean, honestly, if anyone says, you know, hey, what do you think about this? I'm down. What do you think?
I took a late nap today, like 5 o'clock. Went in there. Usually, I'm like never that late.
Nap
You and
time.
Sarita were probably racing for that nap.
It was nice. Sometimes you need a nap, dude.
I need them way too often.
Oh my god! Wait till you get older.
I can't wait.
You're like a kid.
In some ways. But
all right.
I don't have topics. I think we burned them all. We have to wait to see what happens.
What do you guys say? What do you guys think of Trump?
He's an interesting character.
I think he doesn't have a chance to win the election.
What do you guys think the midterm is going to be? I think it's going to be
the biggest question with Trump is
Red
this
wave.
thing going to succeed with Ukraine? I mean,
we'll find out on Monday.
I don't think there's much interest, really.
Of course there is. Are you crazy, or are you being sarcastic? I don't know.
No, I'm being serious.
serious.
With a regular American, I don't think they care which way it goes.
I think you're probably right.
Oh, well, then I'm an
Wait, who's right?
irregular American because
So am I. I'm also irregular, but
Yeah,
I'm
I think that
highly
they're
concerned.
they're looking at this and being like, well, whatever, you know. I'm not really. I doubt there's people really even interested in watching what happened yesterday.
yeah, I think
nothing happened though.
I think inflation will be the number one issue, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, I think so because it still costs a lot to live here.
Yeah.
And things don't seem like if they've changed, it's only for the worse or progressively stayed on the same path. And I don't think that's going to be good for you know. I don't want any. As much as I hate both parties, I don't want either party to fail. I don't think they're going to fail over what's going on right now. But yeah, I don't think it's looking good for Republicans.
Really?
Yeah, I
feel
don't
like
have a
they're doing
sense. It's
okay.
interesting.
What's not looking good for the Republican Party?
The midterms.
Just the way the things are
I don't
going.
know,
I mean,
man. I don't know. I think
that's
Project
a
2025
misread.
is
I
going
think
hard.
it's a misread.
you think what did you say, RW?
I think that Project 2025 is going to continue to swing hard. So I think that it's going to be.
I don't think
Republican.
I think
for a while.
only about 20% of the people of the United States know what you just said.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they.
How
know.
many?
The fact that if
20%.
know, the faster it'll move.
If that
5% would be my guess.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think it matters if this is well. I don't know. We see how government works very differently. So, my guess is that it's going to be pushed more red, and we're seeing this whole
Here we go. Here we go.
rewriting the chairs. You know, like the different states are like, oh, well, we're going to change this so that the map's like this so that we can have a Republican chair. You know, the other ones are, we're going to do it so there's Democratic chairs. There's so much bullshit happening right now. And they're like, well, we're just not going to show up for work.
I mean, RW, you just brought up a subject that we didn't cover. The rewriting of districts in what started as Texas and now is transferred over to California as Newsom has taken up a opposition towards the Texas movement.
Come on! You really believe that what he's doing is a revenge for Texas? Come on!
How so?
No.
Explain yourself, sir.
He would have done it anyways.
Yeah.
This is the attempt to. He
They
might
all
be
do.
trying to provide some cover, but this is the logical thing for him to do.
Well, was it the logical thing for Texas to do?
Absolutely.
But
Yeah,
is it a conscientious decision in a fair and true political atmosphere?
No, it's not. It's not. I would say it's not 100% ethical, in fact, but it's legal. And,
so in your mind, you're telling me legality supersedes ethics?
Yeah, it does for parties.
Come on, you don't think that way for yourself.
know I don't think that way, but for political parties, they'll absolutely. That's the most important thing.
Right.
Not integrity. Come on.
Oh my god. You're separating your own self from this particular thing and saying,
Yes.
that. I got you.
So
Well, I don't think speaking for Last Dance, I don't think he doesn't separate himself for every issue, you know.
I think the guy's just coasting along on the Trump train.
You guys are all MAGA.
I'm goose stepping is what I'm coasting.
Yeah.
It's the most comfortable way to walk.
Even Smokesteve, obvious MAGA.
It's because he's a coward.
Cowardness. Yeah, that's me.
The whole aspect of not showing up for work so that the vote can't happen, I don't understand that. I do not respect it because I think it breaks the contract of representing the people. Why can't they just show up for work and vote no?
I think it's just as legitimate. I mean, you know, it's just as legitimate a tactic as gerrymandering the district.
Yeah, right. They both suck.
It's not, but
Exactly.
I mean, if we have a job, we're supposed to do our job. And I don't understand why we can't just rock up to work and be like, no, I vote no. I don't like it.
I mean, this they're not going into the legislative minds and, you know, hacking coal out of the walls. They're 90% of legislative actions are gamesmanship, right?
Well, Last Dance, essentially what you just said was the gerrymandering in and of itself is an absolutely ridiculous act. So the response of leaving the state is equal to.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's
so you're almost like, it's almost like you're bypassing the fact that the original act of gerrymandering is ridiculous and asinine, and then you're saying now, well, these lawmakers are just leaving, so that, well, their response is okay because the original act in and of itself was insane.
I mean, okay. What do you mean by okay? You know, it's a waste of taxpayer money to pay
silly.
legislators to flee the country. You know,
What about negligence?
These are all partisan party games. They have nothing to do with governance.
They have to do with the lack of governance.
Yeah, right. If you're gonna, you know, we're paying you 150,000. Why don't we pay you 90,000? And
90?
you work
25, bro.
You work, you know, half the time, but you spend it all really working instead of playing partisan.
Right.
Yeah, and the interstate politics of Texas really, it is strange. You know, it's like, you know,
this is one of those things that
we see Texas as a red state, but this is just off the wall.
This might be one of those things where a constitutional amendment can get bipartisan support from the people.
Oh, the people are allowed to do that here still?
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
that would be a state amendment or a
no, a federal to the U.S. Constitution to enforce. Now, I don't know if there's a technical solution, but to enforce some algorithm that must be used in every state to apportion districts.
Yes.
Steve, have you seen the readouts that show zero representation for different states that are Democrat run? There's like 40-something% Republican there and zero representation. And in other states that are Republican that have 42% or whatever Democratic and zero representation. Have you seen those readouts? There's like at least 5 states or more in each category.
Well, what does that mean, though?
It means that if you have 43% of the people in a state that are a political party and they have zero representation in that state, the shit's broken. That whole aspect of governance is broken.
Every state tries gerrymandering. Every state, and the only thing that stops them is courts, which may be state courts or federal courts.
How do they figure out what if it's ethical or legal or not?
Well, there's no one to say it's not because they are the legislature.
The lines are ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
they are. They really are.
You know.
I mean, technically, it would be nice. Like the only way I can think of it in my head, to be fair, would be like, you know, every state or every area has a, you know, like a paintball, you know, and shoots it at the map, and where that spreads, they get, you know.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Or you could do away with physical districts. Just put random people in districts. Just pick them randomly.
How about the district is the entire state? One single fucking district.
But that goes against the reason that the whole system was put in place, which I don't think should be changed. You know, because you have smaller areas that want to think a different way, and it's the best way for that state to have different rulings for different areas.
And that's what equalizes the cities to the rural areas, because the cities don't have incredible influx of votes because they only have a certain amount of votes as represented by their amount of voters. So I hear you.
The more I learn about our government, the more I believe in God, because it's a miracle that it functions.
Well, I mean, it's a beautiful, you know, system, and that's why I feel that when there's big change, I don't like it because it's a well-oiled machine that's been working for so long.
I feel it's fragile, and it always was. And I think gerrymandering is not new, but I guarantee you that it wasn't that the founding fathers did not consider gerrymandering.
Why
They
wouldn't
couldn't
they
have thought
teach
of
that
everything.
knowledge
They've
in
done
school?
they've done an
Exactly. They couldn't
amazing
have thought of
they've done
everything. But
they've done an amazing job of what
I
they
do.
did.
I agree. But I think it does subvert their goals.
Yeah.
Did you guys
But then
learn
when you
any
change certain things, you got to expect that people are going to challenge other things that you think might not should be
Yeah,
changed.
I know. But I think
So this well-oiled
gerrymandering.
machine, should
I think
as much as
gerrymandering
we
should
should do,
not be
protect
legal.
it to stay intact as much as possible.
I disagree with the statement because if each state was actually represented by the people in it instead of bullshitted away so they have zero voice, that machine should still run. It might shift because all of a sudden those people are being heard, but wouldn't that work towards a better system if everybody was being heard?
Fair point.
Well, my theory is with changing things is that it is a proven system that works. So if you mess with anything that you think needs to be changed, somebody else is going to think that something else needs to be changed because it's not fair in some way. So just leave it the way it is and roll with this as long as we possibly can because it's a proven system that works.
Well, I'll just what I'll say. I think that gerrymandering makes the system more unstable. It makes it a winner-take-all system where if your party wins the state assembly and governor, you then gerrymander the districts so that the next election you get the Congress too, and so it has this kind of swing back and forth,
which is silly.
Too much. So there should be more stability, and I'm pretty sure that the founders envisioned much more stability than has occurred.
Surely they did.
But even if it's working now because it's like rigged and let's not change it because it's working this way, I would rather have a nation that is actually running off the ideals that it started with. And if we're going to shift because all of a sudden everyone's voice is heard, so be it. I would rather be in that nation, whatever happens. I'd rather be in a nation that was literally a nation running on its own constitution and bylaws and setups instead of actually it's all bullshit and rigged. You just didn't know that yet.
See, you got to remember that the founding fathers were somewhat suspicious of democracy. That's one of the reasons there's a Senate and the way it's structured. It's one of the reasons why there's an electoral college. It's one of the reasons why there's a Bill of Rights. So the Constitution kind of reflects a balance between the hot, angry, work of democracy and the more balanced, slow work of governing. And I think, some of these things like gerrymandering pervert that in a way that kind of makes it a little too democratic. And you get the kind of the bad parts of democracy, namely the fickleness of the voters will end up swinging the direction of the nation, radical changes every, like an insane bipolar electorate. And I think it makes the country weaker overall.
So you're stating that it's actually the populace of we the people in all of these areas that wants it to be gerrymandered in those directions, and that's why it's allowed.
No, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that voters are fickle and will vote for the people they voted in who can't produce miracles will be voted out in the next election. And that means that the party, you'll vote for Republicans in one election and Democrats in the next. And that if every state is gerrymandered, you'll have these tremendous swings in congressional representation. You'll have kind of one set of laws starting in 1 year, and then 2 years later, or maybe 4 years later, or 6 years later, all the laws will change. We're not there yet, but it's getting to be that bad.
Right.
And I want to avoid that by doing something to stop gerrymandering.
Well, I hope they hear your voice and make a change, my man.
They're not gonna listen to him.
Well, I hope they hear your voice, Aphid, and make a change, buddy.
The only way it works is to set yourself on fire, and you'll have
Self-immolate. Was it
immolation.
Immolation.
Yeah, and that's how you get. That's how we'll get the American spring. Just
Pardon
like
me while I burst into the flames.
Remember the airmen who did that?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I remember when Klinger was doing it too in MASH.
That is one of the most fucked up things, for sure. When somebody does that,
it is
That's
very
a definite statement. Whether they were
very
right and wrong
disturbing.
in
I
their
don't
eyes,
think
they believed it.
I don't think I've ever seen a self-immolation.
Fine, good. Go with it.
That it was not disturbing.
Oh, of course, it's always
How could
disturbing.
it be not disturbing? You're like, oh, that's
In
the
fact,
experience.
You know how painful it must be.
Oh my God!
And so that's supposed to be why you do it. That people will look into your cause because you're so severely committed to it that you would subject yourself to the most painful.
Did they look into that pilot's cause? I forget what it was already.
I think
Well, he was a pilot. He was an airman, which means Air Force. But
sorry, the guy.
Yeah, what was his cause? Palestinian.
To be kind to them or something, or
bingo.
Okay.
Well, he wanted
That
us to
didn't work
stop
out for me.
supporting Israel.
Well, rest in peace, buddy.
Yeah, I think most of these self-immolations don't work at all, and people give credit to some that really had nothing to do with it, like the Vietnamese monk who immolated. Self-immolated.
That's arguably the most popular.
That's a cover of a Rage Against the Machine album, and it was a good album. Whether or not you hate Rage or like Rage,
I mean
that was a formative album.
People say that his act changed the opinion in the United States. It didn't change the opinion in the United States.
It made a
It
lot
had
of
nothing to do with it. When Walter Cronkite said, "It's not working out," then that's what changed the opinion.
Was this one of the times he took his glasses off?
Yes, it was.
That was like 3 times he did that.
Because what happened was that put the old people against the war. So by the end, the young people always said, well, the youth rebelled and that's what ended the Vietnam War. The youth were the strongest supporters of the war.
Bastards.
And
well, I would support it only for the guys who were fighting. And that was probably the intention of the people who did support it, but because there was a certain section of people that like spit on the vets.
I remember in the early 70s, the 8th graders were all wearing combat boots and sort of trying to look, crew cuts, trying to look kind of. That was their way of supporting the military, was to ape them as much as they could.
Good shit, man.
I missed out on all that, man.
Anyone who was, had long, and this is in Chicago on the north side. It's not like I'm in some rural town in Texas. So, it wasn't, it was rare and dangerous to be an opponent of the Vietnam War.
I mean, how does it relate to? I mean, Farms might be able to answer this one because I know he served for the Iraq War, and for the wars that are more recent. When those guys came home, did people even care, one way or the other? Like, were they like, yeah, thanks, or like?
Yeah, no, we definitely said thanks.
Okay,
for sure.
I was pretty young still for all that stuff. Like, I didn't have any relation to the experience whatsoever. Not to the politics, not to any of it.
Last Dance, when you were not a vegan, were you kosher only?
Not for a second.
Okay. Well, because recently I had a trip to Chicago and we had, I think it was Al's beef. I didn't know if you ever had Al's beef before.
Al? No, I
I
never
think it
had
was
Al's.
Al's. It was. I looked it up and it was the number one. You know, the beef sandwich you guys are famous for up there.
Never heard of it.
I think it was Al's. It was downtown. It'd been there forever. You could tell. It was good though. Oh,
I think what I remember most is something called Italian beef.
yeah, it was Italian. It was. That's what it was. It was
Okay.
the number one Italian beef place in Chicago.
Okay.
But the beef was gray, right?
What's that?
The beef is gray. They don't cook it till it's like pink. They cook it through. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it was like dripping. When they took it out to put it on the sandwich, it was just dripping.
It's dripping. Yeah. I don't know what's dripping with, but
sauce, juice.
Juice
Like
somehow.
from
Yeah.
the SNL skit, remember? You like it the juice? Want juice? Come on. That fucking juice is the bomb.
Yep.
Well, you maybe remember it from so many years ago.
I don't remember it actually. It's possible I never saw it.
All right, boys, keep bringing up the subjects, or we're killing this bad boy. What is it? 11:34. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
4
you ran-
hours.
We
you
just
ran-
hit the
4 hours
4-hour
right now.
mark. Yeah.
I could have swore we took a picture in front of that place, but I'm looking at my Chicago.
Picture.
We spent a day in Chicago. It was like a quick day trip going to Indiana.
Uh-huh.
It was fun though, man. We love Chicago. We just love Chicago. Which I think next summer we might hit the east side. We might go up to New York again.
Oh,
East
yuck.
side.
Manhattan.
I mean, enjoy.
Yeah, my son was only 3 last time we were there. He's gonna be a senior. He's this year he's gonna be a junior, but next he'll be a senior going off to college. So we're trying to really garnish those last moments of him being a kid. Which is it's just going so Last Dance. You can probably understand where I'm coming from. I know it's going quick.
It is going quick. Well, you're a great dad, so you're making the most of it.
Oh, don't make me feel awkward. But yeah, we're trying to figure out. He said he wants to go there. He said he wanted to go to Washington State, but he had no reason.
Well,
I told him let's go to like Denver or something because he hasn't really been to the mountains.
That would be a cultural experience. I've never been to Boulder or anything, to the Colorado.
Oh
vibe.
yeah, I love it there, and it's not far from us. We can we can get there driving, no big deal.
Yeah, I've been to Denver. It didn't, it was just another city.
Did you go to like Rocky Mountains and?
Yeah, the Rocky Mountains are spectacular. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Colorado,
Yeah.
what's the one south of there where the big mountain is? I want to say
Pikes Peak.
Yeah, where Pikes Peak is. That town there is really
Yeah, I
awesome.
can't remember, but I've been there
The
too.
cliff dwellings and the side of the cliffs and stuff.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I've been through there. When I was younger, I took a trip out west with my sister and her boyfriend, and we went to see a lot of places, and that was one of them.
Sounds fun.
I actually like
he
New Mexico. I know it's barren as shit, but for something,
New
I just like
Mexico?
the road runners and the lizards and the rocks and shrubs and it's just
Yeah,
cool.
I agree. I love the desert. It's beautiful.
I'm not sure why people are like, let's settle here, but it's pretty if you can drive away from it.
Yeah.
I don't like the driving through New York, the driving through Jersey, the driving through Cincinnati. I'm never gonna miss it. I'm never like, oh, I need to go back up there because or whatever.
I agree. Traffic. Any city, traffic is terrible. Any big city, it's all
Even Norfolk,
all the same.
we were sitting still. Like it's
Where?
it's Norfolk, You know the
Norfolk.
tunnel bridges. As soon as you got through there, it was just the way that they did the roads. You're just sitting. They don't have the ability to handle that many cars.
Right.
And then you move north, and it's just more population. So yeah, I wish you well. I think like culturally, the food's amazing experience. They have really cool like aquariums and stuff. They have interesting landmarks. The dam that we visited up in White Plains, New York, it was a Masonic masterpiece. But to get to it, you're just like, oh, you have to be able to ignore all that.
It was Al's beef. It was Al's beef. Mrs. Lip corrected me. It was definitely Al's beef.
Okay.
Number one Italian beef in
Yeah,
Chicago. Supposedly.
Could be.
There's a place in Maryland in Frederick or towards
Great zoo.
It's called Bullock's. It's a little spot where they slaughter the cows and serve steaks. It's so filthy, but I've never had a better steak anywhere. So it's one of those little gems. It's next. Do you know Boggers?
Yeah.
Last Dance. It's not far from Boggers on the way to
Okay.
Boggers.
All right.
Where's that at? RW?
That's
It's got to be towards Frederick.
No, what city?
I think of that as Westminster. Am I wrong?
Westminster sounds right. I'm losing the geography of Maryland already
All right.
because Boggers is in Westminster.
Right. That's what I was.
But that's like very different than Bullock's. That's like a Thanksgiving dinner type meal, and they have fresh cider because it's all based off of their cider orchards.
Yep.
It was Abe Froman, Eastwood.
Abe Froman.
And he was the sausage king, not the hot dog king.
If I move
Ferris Bueller's Day Off, I love Ferris Bueller. That movie is. That movie is awesome.
I saw it not too long ago, and for the first time, I did enjoy it. It was
it's a great movie.
It was a little strange, but I
was it strange because that's your town, or
Matthew Broderick? The character was kind of a little off.
What
really?
Yeah, it was a little off. Ferris Bueller.
What town is it from? What area?
Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if you haven't seen it, RW, it's
no, I have. Because they back the car out of like the house. No, it was the end. Like they drive the car and then they're trying to like drive it backwards to get the.
Well, it was his buddy's car. It was his buddy's dad's car, who is.
It's a Ferrari.
It's a Ferrari Daytona. It was like a very rare, expensive car, and
they almost get it back to the tachometer spot. And
they took it out for the day to go to downtown Chicago. They go see all the sights, and then they come back and they were going to try to put it in reverse on jacks and take off the mileage that they put on it by putting it in reverse, and that obviously didn't work. So they realized that plan isn't going to work. How are they going to prove to his dad that they didn't take the car out all day?
It was
so
he
starts kicking it, and it shoots backwards off because it was in reverse on jacks, and he knocks it off the jacks, and it just cruises out the back of the garage, out this glass window, and crashes into the ground below.
Because the house is like up on California stilts or something, or
it's like it's kind of a bizarre Chicago house, to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe a suburb, but I wouldn't be surprised if. Well, I don't know. He seemed. What's his name? The guy that directed that movie. He did all the Chicago movies. Home Alone. Uncle Buck. Anyway, he was so like pro Chicago, you would think that it probably was a Chicago home.
I would have loved to have seen Chicago in the heyday.
Cool.
What's that, Steve?
Well, the same guy directed Uncle Buck as Home Alone, and also.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't just that. The 16 Candles, Breakfast Club.
Oh, that guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I can go on. He's a brilliant director.
Now we're getting into something.
All his movies are great. Ferris
When
Bueller
you-
was no different.
When you lived in Chicago, Last Dance, where was it at
John Hughes.
in relation
That's
to its
him.
heyday? So like
What's that?
Chicago. So Chicago, when cars were being built in America, my understanding is that everybody wanted to move there because it was like the mecca of the United States for wealth and economy. And then at a certain point in time, that started to back off, and now it's like a shithole. So
No,
Back when you-
it's not. It's not a shithole at all.
Yeah,
There are
last
shithole
dance,
parts
back
of
when you
the
were
city.
a little kid, when they invented cars, when you were a little guy there.
Yeah. I don't think it was ever. I mean, there were. You know, it's
Sounds like you're mixing. It sounds like you're mixing Detroit with Chicago.
there were. It was at one time because it was so centralized and there were so many trains that there was a lot of cattle that were moved through and to Chicago for slaughter. So there were a lot of slaughterhouses, and that was a big industry. On the south side, there were steel mills and associated industries around that. So that was good. And those have both of those industries have disappeared for the most part. But
right.
Why?
Well,
Outsourcing.
foreign competition. Cattle were probably just more efficiently processed closer in other ways in America.
Probably
But-
once refrigerants and stuff had better
yeah,
transport.
exactly. But yeah, but I mean, there was always a financial industry as well in downtown, and that never changed. There was always a big corporate convenience. There's still a lot of corporations, accounting. You know, there's still plenty of business in Chicago. I don't think it's ever had a particularly poor unemployment rate. So I don't know if it's. I mean, every big city has problems, which we won't discuss any further. But things are not different in any big city than they are in Chicago, in that sense. But you know, it's I don't know, reasonably stable for the most part.
When you were there, it was doing
Yeah,
fine.
You go to Chicago. You go to Chicago. It's still doing fine. You go to Chicago and it's beautiful. I mean, you get on Lakeshore Drive, which is a road that goes right alongside the Lake Michigan, and the city is huge right to the left of it, and you feel like you're in a different. You know, it's something special when you get there for sure. If you come from somewhere else.
Yeah, Lakeshore Drive's very nice.
My only experience is Amtrak, and you go up there to the main hub because it's a major main hub for Amtrak, and then you shift out west. And then when you shift out west, you go through all the abandoned section of all the factories that were just left behind, and it's a massive section you go through that's like a ghost town. And so that was my mental imprint of that area.
I mean, that's true for most of Amtrak's miles, especially through any big city. The property that's along the tracks is the lowest value property. It's the most run down. It's usually the worst part of every city, partially because there's a train going through it and nobody wants to live there.
Okay, that's just so awkward because back in the day,
you should see what it looks like going through New Jersey. I mean, it's the bleakest. You don't want to look out the window of Amtrak. It's the bleakest area. Going through Camden, you can't believe Camden is in America when you look at it from Amtrak. It's just like it looks like you've transitioned to a black and white, movie of a European ghetto during World War II. It's that bleak.
Interesting.
It's bad there. When you drive, like say to the Outer Banks from Massachusetts, you go through New York and then through Jersey, and that section of Jersey is horrible.
Right.
It is terrible, man. It's like get the fuck out of it as quickly as possible. There's a section of Jersey that's nice, that's quaint, but then there's this industrial. I mean, it's like the Terminator when they show the age of machines or whatever,
Yeah.
It's rough. It's bleak for sure, but
I'd do it again.
The train ride's never scenic.
This time I'm talking about was I took a train and I drove up here to the Outer Banks once, and not both times. Just the Jersey section is forgettable for sure. It's rough.
From Chicago to Sierra Nevada, there's a lot of beautiful scenery that you can just sit in the glass car and just watch the scenery. And then once you get to Sierra Nevada and you start to do the switchbacks for going up the slopes, that was all like snow. Once you're like in the middle of nowhere for a long time watching the same tree pass, and this beautiful Bob Ross type painting background. So it has its beauty. I don't know how much it is anymore, but it's extremely affordable back in 2010.
Yeah, I'd like to take that train with Jen. She and I think that would be fun.
I think it's worth it 100%. And the food car is actually really good food. I don't know how they would accommodate, but for the meat menu, it was all fine dining in my opinion.
I'd plan it carefully, like I always do.
I mean, I think they would actually accommodate rather well because they had a lot of vegetables and all that.
Sleeper car, and then you like RW saying, you can combine, like get what they have there that's suitable. And of course, when they stop, they give you a half hour or an hour to shoot out and grab a quick bite here and there.
Yeah, but usually where they stop, there's like one mailbox and a bush that tumbles past. There's not much chickens on those stops, bro.
Well, hopefully they have a broccoli or something.
Yeah, no, they had mashed potatoes, beans, broccoli, carrots. They had a large spread. Lots of soup.
We had someone try and get onto the show here. I don't know if you saw him, Smokesteve. Untrackable, interesting name considering we're talking about trains. But
I did see him, and he claims to be neutral party.
Yeah.
I get concerned that we're so paranoid about infiltration that
I feel like you guys are.
I worry about that too. But Untrackable, we're probably going to end the stream soon anyway, so you're not missing much. But come back.
Yeah, he's got 182 followers. You know,
come back at like 7:30, 8:30 next Saturday, and you can.
We're old guys here.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been burned, man. That's all.
Yeah, like the guy I didn't see what was going on with the guy earlier.
I don't know. These guys felt like he was.
I went to that guy's page. He seemed like he was a regular guy.
It was what he was writing, and plus, I think he basically confessed eventually.
Yes, he did. If you guys can't see his facade,
I mean, that guy he had videos from like 3. I mean, if that guy's been going with fake profiles for 3 years.
Look, I can't be sure.
Hundreds of followers.
No, he literally admitted to Welshman when he called him out.
Yeah, he sounded. I mean, he was trying to, with this false kind of flattery with Welshman, which,
I didn't see.
Was suspicious. Certainly, RW caught it, and
it's the same.
I agree. But then he kept going out.
I saw that. I didn't see anything definitive.
No, I agree. It's not definitive.
It's a character type.
But eventually, I concluded that it was Crankle, and I just
sounded like he might have been annoying anyway.
I blocked him.
Somebody in the back chat had mentioned they thought it might have been the guy who got his eyeball poked out by a seagull.
Well, he'd be welcome.
Poor bastards.
I have nothing against one-eyed men.
He paid his dues.
We've had him on before, and that wasn't
made fun of him. I think either Aphid. I think it was you.
What? I don't remember. I don't think I've ever made fun of some guy that got his eye poked out by a seagull.
You're blind in one eye. That's as funny as it gets. I might have said something like, "I don't believe it." I might have been skeptical, and it was true.
Yeah, it was true. Poor guy.
Was he? Is he a friend of?
Yeah. Welshman.
No, not Welshman.
No, he's a friend of Welshman. I particularly remember that.
The backdoor loads guy, Martin.
Oh, Martin's got friends.
I think I think he's a friend of Martin Frogap.
Martin had a green shirt.
Oh man, it's been too long since we've seen him.
Old Marty. What
Yeah,
a
he stopped by recently for
Did he?
just in the chat for a minute or two. You might not have
Maybe.
been on because
Well, it does seem plausible.
solid guy. Good dude.
He is a good guy.
I think I might be hitting it though, because tomorrow is the last day of summer for my son, and we're gonna try to really make it worthwhile. So
Awesome.
I think I might head out of here and see you guys on the other side.
All right.
All right. All right.
Great
Always good
talking to
see you
you.
guys.
Have a good week, dude. Take it
I
easy.
will.
All right. We won't talk about you after you leave at all.
Not
Unless
much
we
because
decide-
I'm gonna head out too.
You're leaving too, huh?
I am. Yeah.
You
Time.
can call it, man. You can call
All
it.
right.
You had a
Thanks
good
for
run.
thanks for hosting again, Smokesteve. I
All
had a
right,
great
buddy. Well,
great
you
pub.
take
Take it
care of
easy.
yourself.
All right.
Appreciate it, buddy. I'm gonna back out too. Fun
Hey,
pub.
wait.
Oh, okay.
Can you use some of your internet magic and find if Scum's on yet?
I just checked. He's not on. He's been MIA for I think 2 days now.
I was on with him last night, dude.
What time?
Oh, he was on for like 7 hours. It was crazy.
I looked for him last night. I didn't find him. I was hanging
That's
out.
what I said. When I went on, I was like, what the hell happened? You didn't show up on my subs, but I don't know how it popped on, but it came up. And he said I've been on for like 6 hours. So it was, I don't know if it was a weird glitch, if he was using a second.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't find him on my normal feed. If he's on, I don't know if he's blacklisted finally or what. But
all right, if I find him, I'll throw him on your Discord if you're interested.
Roger that. To the chat, I appreciate all of your banter, and yeah, this is a good chill session, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, yeah, peace, man. All right. Everybody headed out on their own accord. Everybody headed out on their own accord. What up? Anyone who wants to continue to talk could join in right now for an impromptu. Look at this weird wire. What am I doing here? What is this? Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know what I did to my microphone, but it looks crazy and stupid. Hopefully it sounds all right. And let's just run through you wonderful chatters. Smoke wife, love you, baby. Just Steve-O, what up, dog? Eastern Farms, you're the best. I don't care that you were busting my chops earlier. That's what it's all about, bro. All fine. All good. Let's just run through this SOB. Oh, untrackable. Sorry we burned you, but come back. Don't be a stranger now, you hear? We're all right. We're just paranoid. I think I'm going to go ahead and hover towards the end stream button. Before I do that, I just want to say thank you to everybody. You've all been wonderful. Without you, this would be nothing. And it's important to have people who care, people who like to argue. Then when the argument is over, we continue on with our day. Everybody be well. God bless. Love you all. Peace.